The Judiciary Committee will please come to order, a quorum being present. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the Chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the ayes and nays are ordered. I'd like to remind members that we've established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we'll circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as possible. I would also remind all members that guidance from the Office of Attending Physician states that face coverings are required for all meetings in an enclosed space, such as committee markups, except when recognized to speak. Finally, I would ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Before I call up the first bill, I want to observe that this is the first time in 30 years that we are without the assistance of the committee's longtime Chief Counsel and Staff Director, Perry Applebaum, who began a new role this week as a Senior Counsel in the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice. Perry served the committee with great distinction, and his brilliant legal mind, his calm and humble demeanor, and his never-wavering sense of justice have provided immeasurable benefit to this committee and the countless lives which have been touched by his work. I made extensive remarks on the House floor paying tribute to Perry last week, which I will not repeat here, but I could not let this moment pass without recognizing him and thanking him for his decades of service to the committee. Since this may be our last full committee meeting before the end of the year, I also want to take this opportunity to thank all members for their work in completing another very productive year for the Judiciary Committee. We have 5 more bipartisan bills on our agenda today, which I hope will end our year on a high note. As we return home to our districts, hopefully soon, I want to wish everyone very happy holidays. I look forward to seeing everyone in the new year and the rest of this year, because I'm afraid we're going to be here for a while. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Families Rights Act of 2021, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3359, to provide for a system for reviewing the case.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Families Rights Act of 2021, would give family members of murder victims the right under federal law to request a review of their loved one's case files when the case has gone cold after 3 years. Although the vast majority of murders are investigated at the state and local level, this legislation will help address this country's crisis of unsolved murders. The backlog of cold case murders continues to grow nationally, as the FBI's Uniform Crime Report shows the national clearance rate has declined from approximately 90% in 1965 to 61% in 2019. Low clearance rates lead to low confidence in law enforcement and reduced citizen cooperation, which lead to even lower clearance rates. This means that thousands of murderers evade prosecution and continue to walk the streets, able to commit more crimes and possibly more murders, while thousands of mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, sons, and daughters have yet to find closure in the loss of their loved ones. Solving cold case murders can also prevent additional violence and cyclical unsolved crime. For example, in some cases, an unsolved murder results in vigilante justice, a lack of community cooperation in apprehending the perpetrator, and yet another unsolved crime. Under this legislation, upon application by an eligible family member, a cold case would receive an independent review by someone who did not work on the original investigation. If an initial review of the case file determines that it would develop probative investigative leads or a likely perpetrator, the agency would then undertake a full reinvestigation of the case. A fresh set of eyes, new vigor, and application of testing that was not available at the time of the initial investigation can reveal novel information helpful to identifying new evidence, new witnesses to interview, or previously known witnesses to interview again. Importantly, the bill would also require the investigating agency to provide the applying family member with periodic updates throughout the investigation process. This legislation would result in more closed cases, justice for victims, closure for their families, and greater faith in law enforcement. We must do better for all families of murdered victims. Therefore, I hope this bill will serve as a model for state, local, and tribal governments to adopt so that all families of victims can seek justice for their loved ones and themselves. H.R. 3359 will empower the families of murder victims, keep them involved in the investigative process as it progresses, and assure them in their communities that investigators are working to bring them justice and keep them safe. This bipartisan legislation represents an important step in fostering renewed hope for families and is supported by a broad array of advocates, including the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the National Organization of Parents of Murdered Children, the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys. I commend our colleague, Representative Eric Swalwell, for his work on this legislation, together with the lead Republican co-sponsor, Representative Mike McCall, and I urge all of my colleagues on the committee to support this bill today. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to thank the staff and members for their work this year and wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday season. H.R. 3359 creates a process for relatives of homicide victims to request that federal agencies re-review the case of their lost family member once the case has gone cold. But we should be clear about what this bill does and doesn't do. This bill would only apply to federal cases of murder. It wouldn't apply, for example, to the most murder cases, which are investigated by state and local law enforcement. The majority of cold cases at issue under this bill are likely to be cases arising from tribal jurisdictions. Fortunately, President Trump has already taken steps to try to solve cold cases in tribal jurisdictions. In November of 2019, President Trump signed an executive order to create the Operation Lady Justice Task Force. In its first year, this task force opened 7 offices across the country to address the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women. The task force held listening sessions, tribal consultations, webinars, meetings with law enforcement and victim services programs, and formed domestic violence and sexual assault coalitions. The task force put out guidance and protocols, developed relationships with entities like missing persons, clearinghouses, began training for investigators and volunteers, and started a public awareness campaign. That was all in 2020. What has the Biden administration done with this important initiative? Short answer is we don't know. The task force was supposed to put out a report in November, but we haven't seen anything from the Biden administration yet. Mr. Chairman, the legislation before us today is something that the Department of Justice could frankly do without new legislation. This committee should do the work to understand whether the Biden administration is taking this issue seriously, whether the existing task force or other programs are effectively reevaluating cold case files before Congress intervenes to mandate time and resources to a new process. And our committee has not held a hearing on this topic or done any other work to help understand if or why this bill is needed. I would like to add too, Mr. Chairman, this committee, though, did have a hearing 48 days ago. 48 days ago, when the Attorney General came in front of this committee and misled us as members of the Judiciary Committee, and more importantly, misled the American people. On October 21st, the Attorney General sat in front of the House Judiciary Committee and made this statement, quote, "I could not imagine any circumstance where parents are treated as domestic terrorists." Now, the only problem with that statement was 24 hours before, the FBI counterterrorism director, Tim Langen, had sent out an email to FBI agents around the country doing just what the Attorney General said wasn't going on. Sent out an email saying, use counterterrorism measures against moms and dads who are showing up at school board meetings, speaking out against a curriculum they don't want taught to their children. An email that went out to the special agents in charge around the country from Tim Langen saying, treat parents as domestic terrorists, put this threat tag label, threat tag designation on parents. So we'd like to have the Attorney General back in front of this committee to answer our questions. Last Thursday, we sent you a letter, Mr. Chairman, asking you to do that, to actually subpoena the Attorney General, the head of the FBI. We've also asked for documents related to this issue from both of those organizations, the FBI and the Justice Department, as well as the Department of Education, and information that Ms. Garcia, the head of the School Boards Association, president of the School Boards Association, one of the signers of the letter on September 29th that helped initiate this ridiculous process. So we sent that letter last Thursday. Today we have a resolution, Mr. Chairman, a resolution which says that upon adoption of this resolution, the chairman of the Committee of the Judiciary shall issue subpoenas to the following: Dr. Viola Garcia, President of the National School Boards Association; the Honorable Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States; the Honorable Christopher Wray, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation; and the Honorable Miguel Cardona, Secretary, Department of Education. Because here's what we know. We know before the letter was sent on the 29th, there was all kinds of communications between the School Board Association, the Biden administration. 2 days after the letter was sent, we know that Tim Langen, the same guy who sent the email, was already talking with the Justice Department on how to implement what was contained in the letter before the memo from Mr. Garland was ever sent. So before the October 4th memo on October 2nd and 3rd that weekend, we know from testimony in front of the Intel Committee that Mr. Langen was already trying to figure out how they were going to implement what the School Boards Association asked President Biden to do. So I would ask, Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent that the resolution be brought up so that we could subpoena these individuals and, more importantly, the documents that we need to have so we can do our job and figure out just how much the Attorney General misled this committee and the American people.
Objection is heard.
What's the objection to?
The gentleman is recognized for an opening statement. Does he wish to continue his opening statement?
Well, I made a unanimous consent request, and
An objection was heard to that.
well, Mr. Chairman, I move that we consider the resolution. The resolution be brought up for immediate consideration.
It's not a proper motion.
You're recognized for an opening
You're
statement.
recognized for an opening statement, and that's what you can do, finish your opening statement. Do you wish to finish your opening statement?
I wish to have the resolution brought up for a vote.
Well, that's beside the
Unanimous
point.
consent.
Objection has been heard to that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr.
The
Point of order.
gentleman is recognized for an opening statement.
Point
No
of order.
Point of order is in order until he finishes his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman
Point of
is
order.
back. The gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, he made a unanimous consent request. You heard an objection, so you moved out of his opening statement. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Not appealable.
Mr. Chairman, it was, how is it proper for you to interrupt his opening statement and take the objection? He made a unanimous consent. So if you, by acknowledging that, you opened this up to the request for an appeal of the chair, you opened this thing up for a
Mr. Chairman, point of
request for-
parliamentary
No,
inquiry.
no. Wait.
And I'm making the inquiry. I'm stating the context first. And then you opened up.
Does the gentleman wish to make a point of order?
Yes, I'm making it. I'm laying the context to ask the
The
question,
gentleman will
Mr. Chairman.
state his point of order.
Yeah, the point of order is you have changed his opening statement into basically a debatable position on a motion
That's not
that
a-
you have ruled on. And so I appeal that ruling. In failure to do that, then I request a roll call on his unanimous consent request.
You asked, the unanimous consent objection was heard. There is no ruling to appeal. Without
of
objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record.
Mr. Chairman, I
now
really do have a
recognize
point of
myself
inquiry.
for purposes. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3359, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York. Strike all that
Without
follows.
objection, the amendment in nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes a number of changes to the underlying bill, many of which are minor and technical in nature, such as adding definition of certain terms and clarifying processes and procedures created by the Act, and some of which are substantive. For example, it changes the requirement that the agency establish processes for investigations into complaints regarding the conduct of former employees and referrals of recommended sanctions to a requirement that the agency provide a procedure for the resolution of complaints filed by a designated person concerning the agency's handling of a cold case investigation or case file evaluation. Additionally, the amendment adds that an agency may continue an investigation absent a designated person's application and expands the areas of training for employees and officers from only rights under the Act to procedures, responsibilities, and obligations. Each of the changes contained in the amendment strengthen the bill, but do not alter the policies advanced by it. Therefore, I urge members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purposes does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this important markup. As you know, every year, countless homicides leave mothers and fathers without children, spouses widowed, and sons and daughters without parents. As we enter the holiday season, they're even more reminded of the emptiness in their homes. These senseless crimes spare no one, whether it's the unfortunate victim or the family member or loved one who is left behind to cope with lasting shock, turmoil, and grief. Far too many individuals experience prolonged helplessness as they seek closure when losing a loved one to a homicide. After all, murder never discriminates, nor does it prioritize. Instead, homicides leave family members and loved ones to somehow rebuild their lives one day at a time. And no legislation can reverse the destruction that results from such a heinous crime. It is still incumbent upon us to pass laws that expand justice and demand accountability. Special care is especially needed for cold case crimes. The FBI Uniform Crime Report estimates that 250,000 homicide cases are currently unsolved. The number of unsolved cases eventually attain cold case status continues to increase each year by an average of 6,000. And according to a Council on Criminal Justice FBI reports, unsolved murder cases hit a new high in 2020, with clearance rates falling well below 50%. As a former prosecutor, I saw firsthand the challenges of investigations running cold, without readily identifiable suspects and where all probative leads were exhausted. Unsolved cases drain resources, resulting in higher burdens on law enforcement agencies across the board. The good news is that today, this committee will take an important step towards administering justice and accountability for families and loved ones of homicide victims. My legislation with Representative Mike McCall from Texas, the Bipartisan Homicide Victims Families' Rights Act, would empower family members and loved ones to continually work with law enforcement to seek justice once a homicide investigation achieves cold case status. This legislation would require reviews and reinvestigations of homicide files upon request of a loved one or family member 3 years after a case goes cold. This would include a complete re-examination of the file and accompanying evidence, new or renewed interviews with potential subjects and witnesses, and other methods to possibly find missteps. Improvements in technology, resources, and evidence-based techniques will better equip law enforcement agencies with the tools they need to review files under a novel lens, one that would assist in identifying new leads and witnesses to solve crimes and obtain justice that victims' families and loved ones so rightfully deserve. This legislation makes a promise that no victim will ever be forgotten. It also provides law enforcement with additional disaggregated and detailed information about cold case homicides that will assist agencies across state lines to help triangulate homicide trends and identify new leads. The ranking member pointed out that most homicides and most cold cases are local in jurisdiction, and he's correct. It's the hope, though, that by having a model federal law where there still are unsolved federal cold cases, that we could inspire states across the country to adopt their own homicide victims' Bill of Rights that would ensure the reopening of cold cases. Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank my co-author, Mr. McCall, for his dedication to bringing justice for victims of unsolved homicides. He's also a former prosecutor, and his unique perspective, having served as a prosecutor with the Department of Justice, brought with him a wealth of knowledge on criminal investigations at both the state and federal level. I ask, Mr. Chairman, that we receive unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement of support of our legislation by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Without objection.
I also wish to thank former Assistant United States Attorney in the District of Columbia, Glenn Kirshner, who worked with my office after his years of working as a prosecutor and detailing to us the pain for so many families who see their cases of their loved one go unsolved. Glenn worked with us for years to write this legislation and make sure that no victim is forgotten. We also seek to enter into the record with unanimous consent a National Victims Organization Group Coalition letter of support, individual letters of support from the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases, Parents of Murdered Children, Inc., and Murder Accountability Project, and individual letters of support from the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys and the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association.
Without objection.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Recognition. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important that we have this markup today, and we have a number of important bills in front of us, including Mr. Swalwell's bill, the one that we're dealing with right now, the Homicide Victims Family Rights Act of 2021. We've also got the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act. We've got the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. We've got the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments of 2021. We've got the Patents for Humanity Act of 2021. And these are all important bills, and I commend you for bringing these up. However, it's been 48 days now. 48 days ago, as the ranking member, Mr. Jordan, mentioned, that Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States, sat in front of this very committee and testified about his intentions in circulating his now infamous memo, which instructed the Department of Justice and the FBI to work with local law enforcement to target concerned parents at school board meetings. The memo was issued only 5 days after the National School Board Association urged the Biden administration to target parents using the tools provided under the Patriot Act. At that hearing, I provided an example of a specific incident cited by the National School Board Association, which they apparently believed rose to the level of domestic terrorism, and then specifically asked the Attorney General if it was the type of act that he contemplated investigating as domestic terrorism. His response was that, and I quote, he couldn't imagine any circumstance in which the Patriot Act would be used in the circumstances of parents complaining about their children, nor could he imagine any circumstance where they would be labeled as domestic terrorists, unquote. Well, Mr. Chairman, Republicans on this committee sent letter after letter to you, to the Department of Justice, and to the National School Board Association in an attempt to get to the bottom of this. It turns out the Attorney General wasn't entirely forthcoming in his answer to my question. In fact, we now know that thanks to the efforts of a whistleblower, that the day before his appearance in front of our committee, the FBI circulated a memo directing agents to monitor parents at school board meetings and to flag all potential criminal threats, harassment, and intimidation of educators with a threat tag. A threat tag. This is clear and compelling evidence that the use of counterterrorism measures against parents had in fact been authorized before the Attorney General's sworn testimony before this committee. In light of this troubling information, Mr. Chairman, I continue to urge you to call the Attorney General back before this committee to testify about the FBI's threat tag directive and the false statements that he made in front of the committee that day that we now know is the case. So again, all these bills that we're discussing this morning, these are important. We ought to be doing this. But it's beyond me that it's been almost 50 days now. It's been a month and a half, and you still have done nothing about this. It's time to do something about this. And you're the chair of the committee, so I urge you to do that.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And the reason we need the Attorney General here and we need the documents that we've requested now in 8 different letters over the last 6 weeks, the reason we need that is because if the Attorney General's there, he can answer one specific question. What is the number? What is the number of parents who now have this designation that Mr. Shabbat just talked about associated with their name, this threat tag on their name? Second question we need to ask the Attorney General is, what federal statutes are you going to use to go after parents? And then the third question I'd like to ask him is, when is he going to get us the information we've all asked for? The information, frankly, the Judiciary Committee is entitled to get. That's why we have the resolution. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that the resolution be made part of the official record. The resolution.
Please don't
Well, those are the three questions we need to ask the Attorney General. What's the number? What statute you're going to use to go after these parents that you're putting this threat tag label on? And why won't you give us the information we've now repeatedly asked for? I thank the gentleman for yielding. I yield back.
And reclaim my time, as a former teacher myself, we want parents involved in their kids' education. We don't want to send the FBI after them. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Just strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Texas. Gentlelady is recognized.
I want to thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say to my good friend, Mr. Jordan, on the other side, we are grateful for the interest in investigatory work. And your resolution, I'm sure, will get a full hearing as it may be introduced on the floor of the House or as you submit it. But I do think it is important to be factually based. I do know that there are no facts that suggest that General Garland has called any parent a terrorist. I respect whistleblowers. We have passed whistleblower protection laws, and we've attempted to be as fair as we can. But it's evidence, of course, that there is some inaccuracies on the work that the Department of Justice was doing. I'm a parent. I'm sure there are many parents on this side of the aisle and many parents on the other side of the aisle who have participated in parent-teacher organizations. That means you go to parent-teacher organizations. It used to be called PTA, parent-teacher associations. And we've gone to board meetings. I've gone to board meetings as a member of the United States Congress. In years past, they have been feisty. Parents questioning the educational status of their children or policies. There is no doubt that there is evidence over the last couple of weeks, months, where parents have been provoked by outside wrong information, maybe as high as the former President of the United States. My friends have seen a victory in Virginia on the issue of parents and teaching, and so here we are trying to utilize it here. General Garland had no intent to make any parent a terrorist. But what we did have an intent to do is to ensure that that parent could go to a meeting and go to that meeting safely. I don't see any substance to the idea of terrorism regarding parents. And so I would hope that we could proceed and realize that this continued inquiry can be done in your conference or by introducing legislation. Let me also make comments about Perry Applebaum as well and pay great tribute to him for the work that he has done and the commitment he has had to justice and equality for all, and likewise wish him well. His years of service have been in tandem with mine, and we have worked together for so many difficult times in this committee, and I think we've worked together effectively, starting from the impeachment proceedings in the 1990s to the Waco investigation and many, many others. Thank you, Perry, for your leadership. Let me also acknowledge, as the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, that I welcome my new Deputy Chief of Staff to join Joe as the Chief of Staff, Maury Gray, and then to welcome both Nicole and Natalie. Looking forward to working with them. Let me quickly rise to support the Homicide Victims Family Rights Act of 2021. Establishes a procedure for families of murder victims in cases investigated at the federal level to continue to pursue justice for their murdered family members when the trail has gone cold. As the sponsor has said, many of these cases are state cases, but I thank you, Mr. Swalwell and Mr. McCall, for your astuteness, because this bill gives a designated family member the right to request a view of their murdered loved one's case filed after 3 years. We saw that request gelling under other laws for Emmett Till. We see what the final results was, but we do know that they had the opportunity for one of the most heinous murders in our lifetime. Other family members don't have that notoriety, and so unfortunately 4 out of 10 murder victims' families in this country never received any closure in the loss of their family member. It is worth noting cases like Miss Rashonda Townsend, whose son Deshaun was murdered on New Year's Eve and gunned down and another man and woman were also shot outside the bar that he was at. Parker, struck multiple times, was the only one to die, was 23 years old. These families continue to mourn. And so I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, this bill, and the underlying amendment, because in 2019, 4 Texas cities, including Houston, cleared 40% or less of reported homicides, according to FBI statistics. So I would hope that this legislation will begin to set the new tone that would impact vulnerable communities, poor Black victims, Hispanic communities, and to eliminate the disparate treatment that is now unacceptable. With that, I ask unanimous consent to submit my entire statement into the record, and I yield back.
Without objection, for what purpose does Mr. Ice seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it is so appropriate that we talk about allocating additional resources of the Department of Justice today to this project. But of course, additional resources, the intervention in greater amounts of the federal government and U.S. attorneys and the Department of Justice requires that there be trust that these will not be political in nature, that a cold case, for example, will not be a cold case that simply is of political interest or of interest to the president. We have such a problem in the Department of Justice. We had it in the Obama administration, we continue to have it in the Trump administration, and we now have it in the Biden administration. On September 29th, the National School Board Association sent a letter in a sense, begging the president to take action. Just a few days later, on October 1st, the Biden administration appointed Dr. Garcia to sit on the National Assessment Governing Board, and the process of the FBI investigation began on October 2nd and 3rd. The FBI's Counterterrorism Division participated in a discussion. Mr. Chairman, that discussion, again, was an allocation of our scarce resources, resources that could be used to go after cold cases. That was the allocation of those resources toward a clearly political aim, one that continued on October 4th when the Attorney General's memo was issued, October 20th, when the FBI Counterterrorism Division and Criminal Division notified the FBI personnel via email of a, quote, new threat tag called EDU officials. And it goes on. And yes, the ranking member has, for 48 days, continued to try and been ignored or, worse than that, told he was out of order, when he simply asked to have false statement, incorrect statement, properly corrected by a return of the Attorney General. The fact is, when an Attorney General, Eric Holder being a good example, who once told us he doesn't text, he isn't involved, and later we found out he was at the heart of keeping us from getting the proper information in Fast and Furious, in fact, had committed what I would say was a crime for which he should have been tried. We have a similar situation. If the Attorney General is not brought back here to correct the record, if it can be corrected, or to apologize appropriately, there can be little doubt but that the comedy of this committee is hurt and will continue to be hurt. The reauthorization of FISA, the reauthorization of the Patriot Act, the reauthorization of so many important areas of law, in fact, depend on trust. Every time that trust is broken, we have a problem. Every time that trust is broken and the chair refuses to allow for a follow-up investigation, we have the makings of a committee that will not reauthorize many of the things that you may hold dear. We cannot and will not continue to have the federal government have the authority to misuse the way they have, and I would yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to reiterate what the gentleman said. September 29th, the letter is sent to President Biden. 2 days later, the person who signs the letter gets a plum position at the Department of Education, Ms. Garcia does. 3 days later, Tim Langen, Director of Counterterrorism at the FBI, is already trying to figure out how they're going to implement what the School Board Association asked for. And October 4th, we get the actual memo from the Attorney General saying treat parents the way they do. There's an accompanying press release that includes the National Security Division, the terrorism getting involved with this, and then October 20th, because of a whistleblower, we know an email is sent out to FBI agents. That all happens in 22 days. In my time in government, I have never seen government move that fast. I mean, this is the federal government. It's the slowest thing in the world. When have you ever seen it move that fast? Which tells me they were coordinating this before they started. The Biden administration wanted to go after parents. They needed a pretext to do it. And oh, shazam, here comes a letter from the School Boards Association. And 22 days later, they're sending out an email to agents around the country saying, treat parents as domestic terrorists, use this threat tag, put that label on moms and dads. And you guys don't want to get the information so we can figure it all out? That makes no sense to me. Why don't you just want to get the documents? That's all the resolution says is get the documents from these key individuals in our government. After all, they moved at record speed in 22 days. I yield back.
I thank Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin my remarks on the bill before us, I want to let folks who might be watching this hearing on a little secret. What the Republicans have just claimed is simply not true. The memorandum that they're referring to, in fact, doesn't label parents as terrorists. Here's a surprise. The word parent is not even in the document. It's a made-up story that somehow Merrick Garland has labeled parents as terrorists. It is not true. And in fact, what the memorandum says is that individuals who have threatened violence or threats of violence against school administrators, parents, and teachers, of course that's what we want to investigate. Everyone has a right to work in a school setting without the fear of violence. That's all this was. And so this notion that somehow Merrick Garland has labeled parents as terrorists is not true. His testimony before this committee is completely consistent with this explosive whistleblower email that the Republicans have hung their hat on. So let's dispense with the nonsense and get back to the bill before us, which is an excellent piece of legislation. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill for markup. I also want to thank Congressman Swalwell for introducing this important bipartisan bill that will help solve the backlog of cold cases and bring peace to long-suffering families of homicide victims. More than 250,000 murder cases sit awaiting answers, and that number increases by about 6,000 cases every year. It's estimated that every murder victim leaves behind more than 4 family members. This means that millions of family members, friends, and communities are awaiting justice. And this is not just a problem in older cases. In 2017, the FBI Uniform Crime Report estimated that across all levels of law enforcement, investigators were only able to close 62% of murder cases. We can remedy this with the Homicide Victims Families' Rights Act by creating a review process for unsolved murder cases that have been closed for 3 years or more. We can empower families by providing them the right to have their loved ones' homicide cases re-examined by a federal investigator to see if the case should be reinvestigated. This is an important review process to establish, especially since our technological and scientific investigation techniques are constantly evolving and being improved, providing law enforcement new tools to investigate even the oldest of cold cases. The review process would include a comprehensive analysis on the impact of applying modern investigative techniques in the case, in addition to examining previous potential investigative missteps. I strongly support this effort to reduce our backlog of cold cases and, most importantly, to bring peace to victims' loved ones who are too often left in the dark. Thank you again, Congressman Swalwell, on your incredible leadership on this bipartisan bill. I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're not calling parents terrorists. We're just saying that people who happen to show up at school board meetings with a vested interest in what the school board does are going to have involvement from the counterterrorism division of the FBI and a threat label. That would sort of be like me saying, I'm not calling judiciary Democrats apologists for a lying attorney general. I'm simply saying that those who attend judiciary meetings on that side of the aisle deserve an apologist tag. It's absurd. Folks show up at school board meetings not just because they care about their kids, but because they care about the outcomes in our school system and in our country. And when they do so, we do not need the federal government tagging parents with that designation. If there's a threat to violence in communities, there's no attestation or evidence that law enforcement in local communities can't deal with that. This isn't a threat, this is threat construction. You have the federal government in our country so worried about an uprising of good, regular folks who don't want to see this wokeness and this poison driven into the next generation. They're so worried about that they've literally involved the counterterrorism division at the highest levels of federal law enforcement. And here's why. They have legislation that they can't run on. I'm going to speak to the gentleman from California's legislation in a moment, but they have a Build Back Better Act that isn't popular. They have an infrastructure bill that gave no enhanced confidence from the public in their ability to govern. And so the whole deal that you're hearing from Democrats in Congress is that Republicans are scary. Parents, folks who show up at school board meetings, they could potentially harm you. And the only thing here that's going to protect you, America, is a Justice Department and an FBI that is choosing to play politics. The good news is the American people aren't falling for it. The bad news is we don't know how many. That's my question. How many people who showed up to school board meetings, who sent an email, who made a phone call, who expressed their First Amendment rights, how many of those people right now are under any tag or designation or supervision from the counterterrorism divisions of the highest levels of federal law enforcement? Is it like 5 or 6 thousand? Who knows? And who's next? That's the other question. My colleagues, Mr. Gohmert from Texas and Ms. Green from Georgia, went recently and observed the conditions in the D.C. jail, circumstances where people are being deprived access to medical care, access to counsel. I know many of us on this committee care deeply about prison reform. We work together on bipartisan legislation to try to ensure that no American would face grieve conditions that we would be embarrassed about in the world. But now we are seeing that system used for political advantage, and that's what we should certainly be against. Now, on the legislation before us, my colleague from California says that what we really need to do is relieve the added burden that cold cases have as they languish, but I do wonder whether or not a bill that requires and demands, invests in people the ability to ignite re-reviews of evidence, if that doesn't enhance that burden rather than relieve that burden. So I know he brings it in sincerity, but I can't say there's been equal sincerity brought to the threat construction around school board parents and really the pattern recognition that we see, right? I mean, we see in these Durham indictments that are coming out now that the proposition from Durham is the FBI was lied to. They were victims of these Russians that were telling lies about President Trump, when we all know that the FBI went and seeded those lies to justify action that they wanted to take that they wouldn't have otherwise been willing to take. And it's the exact same pattern. Are they teaching this stuff at the FBI Academy? It's the exact same deal with the school board parents or anyone who shows up at a school board meeting. They wanted the authority to issue these threat tags, to monitor people whose political organization posed a threat to them. And so they went and nurtured and induced this letter out of the National School Boards Association, and then lo and behold, you see political patronage jobs being given out as a consequence. Everyone knows what's going on here. The House Judiciary Committee should be investigating these things, and what we'll find in that investigation is when the FBI and the Department of Justice want to go after people, want to go after Trump, want to go after political opponents, want to go after organizing parents and communities, they seed a lie. And they get that lie retold, and then they use it to target people. What a shame. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, there's only so much fiction I can listen to first thing in the morning, and the wild conspiracy theories that our colleagues across the aisle feel compelled to, as Mr. Gates said, repeat over and over and over again without a scintilla of truth is really just mind-blowing. I'm a former school board member, so I have followed closely what happened over the last electoral season with school boards across the country as they were weaponized, and races were weaponized, and we saw hundreds of thousands of dollars in dark money going into school board races in Pennsylvania. Crazy, 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 but all in the name of stirring up division and fueling the base, particularly on the right, I'm afraid. But the result that we saw was people, whether parents or otherwise, issuing threats, credible threats against school administrators and school board members. Now, I don't care if you're a parent, a child, a grandmother. If you issue threats, if you stalk a school board member or an administrator, if you threaten their children, and we've seen all of those things happen, we've seen property damage at people's homes, unpaid positions by community volunteers, and they're being targeted and threatened, then somebody has got to look at that. So it is really, really disappointing that some of our colleagues have seized upon a fake narrative. And if anyone wants to know how fake it is, I would just seek unanimous consent to introduce a USA Today article dated November 29th, 2021, fact check. The FBI is not using threat tags on parents who protest at school board meetings, and that contains links to the various letters and memos that have been referred here. It also contains the information disseminated by the ranking member has been proven repeatedly to be false. And with that, I would yield back.
Without objection, the gentlelady yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am just
Does the gentleman,
astounded.
does the gentleman
Strike the last word.
Gentleman
I'm
strike.
astounded by what we're hearing from the other side of the aisle. Why are the American people so concerned about this? Why is this such a crisis that we cannot let go? Because the Department of Justice, under the leadership of President Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland, appears to be more motivated by politics than by pressing law enforcement needs. That is a fact that the American people can see with their own eyes, and it doesn't matter how much gloss you try to put on it. That's the issue that is before us. This is the House Judiciary Committee. This is our jurisdiction. We are supposed to be giving oversight of this. Now, you just think of some of the actions that the Federal Department of Justice has done this year. They sued Texas for its pro-life law. They sued Georgia for its election integrity law. Oh, they sued Texas again, this time over the redistricting plan. They're aiming federal law enforcement power at parents protesting their local school boards. Yes, Virginia, that's happening. They're issuing a memorandum attempting to justify the administration's unconstitutional vaccine mandates. They're pushing to pay illegal immigrants for President Trump's decision to enforce our immigration laws. At this point, it's entirely fair to ask whether there's any state or local or, let's say, matter of personal conscience that the president and his cabinet won't insert themselves into. That's the problem, my friends. Of course, the backdrop to all this is there's so many crises that continue to go unaddressed. The crime is rising across the country. Turn on the news in the morning and watch it happen. Our southern border remains overwhelmed by illegal immigration. It is a crisis they won't even acknowledge, much less address. The federal and private property is being vandalized nightly. U.S. senators are being harassed in restrooms at their private homes. This thing is out of control. And millions of Americans are rightly concerned that instead of addressing all these pressing needs facing the country, this is the DOJ's job. What are they doing instead? Well, they're using the DOJ as a tool to advance far-left policies. They're attacking Republican-led actions, state actions. They're further eroding the free will of the American people. And this department's memo directing the FBI and the U.S. attorneys to intervene in school board disputes is such a glaring example of these abuses. That is why we won't let it go. That's why we draw attention to it. We've heard it repeated over and over. The memo was issued just 5 days after the National School Board Association sent a letter to the White House referring to concerned parents as, quote, domestic terrorists and perpetrators of hate crimes. Guess what? The Attorney General said that was the basis for his memo. That was under oath, my friends. That was in the record of this hearing. Go pull the transcript if you've forgotten it. You treat American parents as domestic terrorists? That's outrageous, but it gets even worse. Now we've learned, yes, the FBI's counterterrorism division is using a threat tag to track and target parents who speak out against school policies. And what's Attorney General Garland doing? He testified the day after that directive was issued, right here before all of us, under oath. He said the Department of Justice isn't targeting parents. We've heard his quote so many times. Did he mislead us? Or did he actually not know what the two largest divisions of the Department of Justice are doing about one of the highest profile issues in America today? There's only two possibilities. He's either dishonest or he's incompetent. And either of those scenarios should alarm the American people. The Attorney General must go on record to clear this up, and we will not stop demanding that happens. The ranking member's resolution is entirely appropriate. We need to pass this resolution and issue those subpoenas so we get the Attorney General, the highest law enforcement official in America, right in front of us again to ask him these questions, pointed and directed, and he needs to give responses. He has to clear this up. And while he's at it, by the way, he needs to address the egregious abuse of power that he hasn't addressed yet. I asked him when he was here last time. He refused. He dodged the question 100 times. His own family has a direct financial interest in selling the curriculum materials, critical race theory and otherwise, that parents are going to their local school board meetings to protest. And these are the parents that he deployed the full weight of the Department of Justice against. I'm telling you, this is so outrageous. And the idea that he refuses to submit to a simple federal ethics inquiry about this is just beyond us. Look at this placard, 48 days, 48 days. No response is required or requested by this chairman and the Democrat majority. It's outrageous. I yield to the ranking member.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I would just, we've heard from the other side, the gentleman from Rhode Island said this is ridiculous. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania said it's false, it's a conspiracy theory. Well, if all that's true, why have 17 states left the National School Board Association?
Exactly.
If all that's true, why did the National School Board Association apologize for the letter that was the catalyst for all of this? I think that's a pretty obvious question that a lot of people would kind of want to know the answer to. And if Mr. Garland says they're not doing it, why is the National Security Division? These are the questions we need to ask, but unfortunately the Democrats won't let it happen. I yield back to the gentleman. Appreciate his.
I thank the ranking member. Yield to the gentleman from Florida.
I would just say it's quite rich to hear the folks that brought you the Russia hoax talk about conspiracy theories. Maybe in a few years, Mr. Swalwell will want to bring up the Russia hoax as a cold case. I yield back.
Wow. Yield back.
Gentleman yield, what did he say? The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask my colleagues to just resist any ongoing future urges to distract or distort the policy that we're considering in our committee today, and just to remain focused on what we've come to do today. This display is the reason why the American public is losing confidence in our ability to be able to govern. And so thank you, Chairman Nadler. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Swalwell and Representative McCall, for introducing this really important piece of legislation, the Homicide Victims Families Rights Act of 2021. This is a bill which will really help to ensure that families of homicide victims, and I am one of them, families like my own, that we're able to secure justice for our loved ones. Now, everyone knows my story, and on the evening of November 23rd, 2012, my son Jordan, during a night out with his friends, was gunned down in the back seat of a car parked at a gas station. He and his friends were there simply just to get a pack of chewing gum before heading over to the mall to hang out with some of their other friends. And the perpetrator shot at that car and he killed my son because he thought their music was just simply too loud. Now, unlike many families of homicide victims, my family and I, we were fortunate to see Jordan's murder convicted and locked behind bars. But many families all across this country are not nearly as lucky. And almost half of homicide cases last year went unsolved, according to the FBI data that we have access to. And when the victim is Black, the clearance rate of homicide cases is lower than for victims of other ethnicities. All homicide victims, no matter their background, deserve justice and accountability. And this bill that we should be discussing right now would put us on the pathway of achieving that. The Homicide Victims Families Rights Act of 2021 would grant relatives of homicide victims the right under federal law to have their loved ones' cases filed, to have them reviewed after 3 years of the federal case going cold. When the homicide case of your son or a mother or sister or a brother or husband or other loved one has gone unsolved, that happens about 6,000, it's like 6,000 cases a year that this happens to these families. And according to the Department of Justice, these families would have the right to apply for their case to be reviewed. This could lead to possibly hundreds of thousands of families securing some sense of justice for their loved ones. And this bill does that. It would also ensure that a fresh pair of eyes actually examines their case again to make sure that no facts are overlooked and that new forensic technology can also be applied. Now, although the perpetrator in my son's murder was convicted and he's sentenced to life in prison, I know what it's like to feel unsure as to whether or not the perpetrator is going to be convicted. And I know what it feels like to be in the dark, just waiting to see what the decision is when it comes to a homicide case. And while I may know that my son's murder is behind bars somewhere, I never know. I never know until after the fact if or when he'll be transferred to another prison or if he's up for parole. I am left in the dark until I read about it in the newspaper. And no family of a homicide victim should be left in the dark about their loved one's murder. And the rights of victims, families are just as important as the rights of victims, perpetrators. And that's why I'm so glad that I am trying to bring this committee back to the focus to speak today in support of the Homicide Victims Families' Right Act of 2021. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this critical piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Merry Christmas to you and Merry Christmas to everyone that's here today. And I hope everyone has a happy holiday season. And with H.R. 3359 before us, I think about a family and a young person from back in the, I believe it was the late 1980s, that passed away on a reservation in northern Wisconsin within my district. And they still have not solved that case. And hopefully at some point, they're going to be able to do that. But I thought it was really interesting at the very start of this, the chair cited statistics, and I think statistics have been cited by others here on the committee, about the number of cases that have been cleared, that they've been reduced, that there's a lower clearance level that's going on right now. And is it surprising that that's happening when you see the stop or when you see the defund the police movement that's going on across America in Democrat-run cities across America? It's not surprising, because among the people that are going to be defunded, of course, are detectives who do the hard work of finding out who the people are that are conducting these crimes, bringing them to justice. Is it any surprise that those clearance rates are being reduced? As those big cities across America, run by Democrats, have veered into the social justice swamp, that's what you're going to see happen. But the other thing is, this is a failure of the FBI. You know, I think about over the last few years, the stories like the Parkland shooter, where the FBI was notified in regards to that case, and they did not act. I think about the situation that the ranking member brought up a couple months ago of the couple from Alaska. A woman was here January 6th. She was nowhere near the Capitol. She was just here in attendance, came peacefully to come and see activities here at her United States Capitol. And guess what? The FBI shows up at her door shortly after that, busts down the door, handcuffs them, her husband, and I believe it was a friend that was there also, and on top of it, took their pocket Constitution and Declaration of Independence. How ironic that they would take their declaration. And it turns out it was completely a case of mistaken identity. That is the FBI that we have today that needs serious reform, or perhaps beyond that. And we would like to ask questions of the Attorney General about that. I fully support this resolution, because it has been 48 days since we've heard from the Attorney General. And I think about when I was asking him questions, and then we hear about the threat tags. I have been at my constituent schools numerous times over the last year and a half to be able to testify, give information to those local school boards. I have had parents who are constituents who have been passionate before those local school boards. And the Attorney General acknowledged, he said, people who just come with passion to a local school board meeting, they should be able to give that information. Well, I want to know, has a threat tag been issued against some of my constituents? Am I on the list? I've been at those school board meetings. Have I been reported? And then on top of it, this Attorney General should answer the question, do you have a conflict of interest with this curriculum that your son-in-law has been spreading across the United States of America? It is time for accountability. So, Mr. Chairman, I know you strongly believe in civil liberties, and you've seen the things that have been happening with the FBI and other agencies. You, I know, are concerned because you know this can be turned against any citizen of this country. It may be convenient at this point that it's primarily conservatives that are being targeted, but you know someday that this could be turned around. And that's why it's really important for us to take up this resolution. And I'm just going to close by this. It's being dismissed that the Patriot Act and things like that, counterterrorism sections of the code are being cited that they can be used against parents. The former chairman of this committee believes so strongly that we may be going down the wrong path with what Attorney General Garland is doing at this point. He wrote a letter to a major publication saying the Patriot Act should not be used against parents across America who simply want to participate in their kids' schools. Mr. Chairman, it's time to take up this resolution that's being offered by the ranking member. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, I've been thinking, in my faith, we are taught that patience is a virtue. There are other virtues like integrity, kindness, compassion, goodness, humility, honesty. So I want to first recognize Mr. Swalwell for your patience during this conversation. When it comes to fighting for justice of loved ones, too many families are left behind, and you recognize that. They are left to fend for themselves, to keep a torch burning on behalf of their loved ones. Let's properly focus on the legislation before us so that we honor those victims and we honor those families who suffer. That's why I proudly lend my support to Representative Swalwell's Homicide Victims Families Rights Act of 2021. This legislation would provide loved ones devastated by homicide losses with the opportunity to review and reinvestigate cases that go cold. This is especially helpful for older files that use outdated technologies or investigative standards. As stated by the author of this bill, in the United States, we currently have an astounding 250,000 unsolved murder cases. And sadly, that figure increases on average by about 6,000 cases each year. There's a lot to unpack in those numbers. This means a life was taken and no one has been charged. This tragedy cannot simply be left to grieving families to strictly fend for themselves. This issue requires us, the federal government, to come up with a national response to honor them. This legislation gives families of homicide victims the right under federal law to have their loved ones' cases reviewed by the federal law enforcement agency with jurisdiction over their case after that case has gone cold for at least 3 years. There's only so much time in a day for police departments, many understaffed, many underfunded, to investigate these crimes, follow leads, and overall put in the time needed to solve these cases. This adds to the strain between police and victims' families. The longer the cases go unsolved, and ultimately families lose trust in our criminal justice system. The Homicide Victims Family Rights Act of 2021 provides families with the right under federal law to receive updates on their loved one's homicide case. As members of Congress, we have the ability, and I say the responsibility, to advocate and assist Americans who are grieving, those who have already lost way too much. This law is a step in the right direction. I thank my colleague, Representative Swalwell, not only for his patience, but for crafting and fighting for this legislation. And I ask my colleagues to properly focus on it and support it, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the work that the gentleman from California has done on this issue, and I think it's important. I'm glad we're covering it. And one thing he said that I thought was interesting in his opening statements, he talked about this bill will free up resources. And I think resource allocation is important in the criminal justice system. And that's why when Merrick Garland came and testified and led us all to believe that he was going to continue, regardless of the fact that the School Board Association had withdrawn its allegations, that he was going to go ahead and continue to investigate parents who showed up at school board meetings, even though he found them not to be domestic terrorists on one hand, but potential domestic terrorists on the other hand. I think that the gentleman from Ohio's resolution is absolutely important to consider, and I wish that indeed that the chair would let this come forward for discussion, debate, and a vote. Because that resolution is real simple. It says, resolve that upon the adoption of this resolution, the chairman of the committee and the judiciary shall issue subpoenas to the following individuals: Dr. Viola Garcia, President, National School Boards Association; the Honorable Merrick Garland, Attorney General; Christopher Ray, Director of FBI; and the Honorable Michael Cardona, Secretary of the Department of Education, for documents relating to the Biden administration's use of federal law enforcement, including counterterrorism tools, to target concerned parents at local school board meetings and to chill their protected First Amendment activity. That seems to be something worthwhile, especially based on the testimony offered by the Attorney General. And there's a series of questions in this resolution and documents that should be subpoenaed. So, for instance, Mr. Garland, Attorney General Garland, all documents, communications referring or relating to the establishment of the department's task force and the National Security Division's role as a member of the task force. All documents and communications between employees of the Department of Justice and U.S. intelligence agencies referring or relating to alleged threats posed by concerned parents at local school board meetings. The NSBA's letter dated September 29, 2021, or the Attorney General's memo dated October 4th, 2021. Doesn't that make sense? Doesn't that get to you? Doesn't that say, yeah, that's probably what we should be doing? That's one of the things we should be doing in this committee? Seeing that the Attorney General came and testified regarding this specific issue and, quite frankly, misled this committee. It seems to me that's something we should be looking at. How about all agendas, minutes, and notes created by or relied upon by the National Security Division employees referring or relating to the department's task force? All documents and communications referring or relating to convening meetings in the respective judicial districts in accordance with the Attorney General's October 4th, 2021 memorandum. These are all things that the Attorney General misled us on, misled the American people on, and yet basically infringed upon the rights of parents to show up at school board meetings, the First Amendment rights. First Amendment rights, the rights that we all cherish. I know that the chairman holds these values. I mean, I've heard you for 5 years, and even before I got to Congress, talk about some of these values. It seems to me that if we're going to assert these values, and these not just values, but rights, and protect them, and have an interest in them, and this committee that has jurisdiction over these, that when the Attorney General comes in and has engaged a task force throughout the entire country to look into parents who are showing up at school board meetings because they have an interest in their child's education, they're concerned about the curriculum, and knowing that we have local law enforcement, that even the Attorney General said there's local law enforcement that deal with these issues, and yet he puts a federal task force together. This really needs to be before this committee. And that's what should happen here. This bill that mandates that agencies have these reviews, that's a worthy one for discussion. We're having a great discussion on that today. I appreciate the bill. I've looked at that bill. I think it's interesting and valuable. But I can tell you this resolution that's been proffered and offered by the ranking member, should be given the opportunity to be heard as well. It's also important as we preserve and look for the rights of all Americans. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This hearing is about giving homicide victims rights and letting cold cases be studied and investigated by federal prosecutors. Congressman Mike McCall, a Republican who I think we all admire, who stays above the fray and does the people's business, wrote us a letter asking us to pass this bill. He outlined the reasons that it was introduced, and they were talked about by Representative Scanlon, the details of the bill. He mentioned a case in Texas he was aware of and the need to reinvestigate it, that it was a cold case. I thank Representative McCall, but I'm shocked by the Republicans in this committee who have not concentrated on homicide, on violent crime, on Representative McCall's request, and dealt with the issue before us. America is suffering from many, many, many homicides, many violent felonies. And we need to do more to support our police, to give them the opportunity to go back and look at cold cases and find people who committed these crimes and see that justice is served. In Memphis, we just had a killing. We have them every second or third day, or every day sometimes, at a service station where a 16 and a 15-year-old girl were killed by a drive-by shooter and another 15-year-old girl hospitalized and a baby hospitalized. We have shocking stories like this every day. We need more community policing in cities with high crime, high violent crime, and we need more support for this. And Democrats, almost to a one, support such a proposition. We are concerned about our neighbors. We're concerned about our fellow citizens. We're concerned about violent crime and the need to reinvestigate cold cases and to support our community policing that does a good job of getting into the community to get tips and to find the answers to who committed these crimes. Yet, our Republicans, what do? They bring up something that they think is politically important to them to try to win back the House. I think that Mr. Garland should come back before the committee to answer my questions. Why has he not indicted individual one, Donald Trump, for paying hush money to Stormy Daniels, a porn star, before the election, a violation of federal election laws that landed Michael Cohen in jail for 3 years and a felony conviction? He was individual one. He gave Cohen the order. He gave Cohen the check. He signed the check. He did the same thing with the Playboy Playmate of the Year, but it went through, I think, Mr. Wiesenthal or whatever his name is, his consigliere, his accountant. And he paid off Miss McDougal and bought her rights. And this was a way to keep that out of the news and to allow him to be elected. This is the thing Mr. Garland should come back to us for. And he should tell us why he's not having a special counsel investigating Donald Trump. We're trying to overthrow our government.
Would Mr. Cohen yield?
No, I won't yield. He should come back and tell us why, because he needs to do that. The Republicans want to wear this committee out on January 6th so that they can disband the committee. The most treasonous act, worse than Benedict Arnold, was Donald Trump and Giuliani and Flynn and Trump Jr. and the other fellow, where's the hat, Roger Stone. They worked with the Proud Boys and the Bad Boys and everybody else to overthrow our government. They weren't regular and nice folks like Mr. Gates says. They were a confederacy of dunces who came to our Capitol to take over our government, to disrupt the Senate counting of the ballots for president, and to hang Mike Pence. This should be investigated by the U.S. Attorney General, and this is the most serious crime committed against the United States in our lifetimes, and maybe forever, other than the secession by the southern states to end the Union, when slavery was more important, they called it states' rights, than was humanity and people's rights to be free. They wanted to maintain their free labor and their slave society. This is what they should be talking about. But they're not talking about crime that relates to the fundamentals of our government. They're not talking about crime that Mike McCall endorses that deals with everyday citizens being victims of crimes and finding the perpetrators of those crimes. They're talking about something to do with school boards. I saw television reports in Franklin, Tennessee, where after a school board meeting, people went and banged on the school board commissioners' cars and said, "We know where you live. We will come and get you." This type of conduct has to stop. Somebody threatened my life and threatened Emmanuel Cleaver's life, and they're now doing 39 months in federal prison, as they should. People should not have their lives, their safety, and their liberty threatened. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I do take my oath rather seriously, and I just want to remind people that our oath was to the U.S. Constitution. And so I appreciate the efforts in bringing this particular bill in front of us right now for a vote, for markup, for discussion. But we have an obligation to the Constitution. And I don't find any federal nexus that gives the federal government the authority. I know there's a request from parents or somebody involved that could trigger and, according to the bill, overcome the requirements of the Constitution's delineating what are state police powers and what are federal powers. And I realize that for many years that's been skewed terribly. But I've also, in my earlier decades, seen how actually the federal government can slow down investigations and create problems, taking things away from local law enforcement and delaying the actual solving. I recall I was assistant DA. We had good leads on who bank robbers were and where they headed, but the FBI took over jurisdiction, and due to work of a good sheriff, the bank robbers were located, but the FBI was too busy to do anything about it. So local law enforcement worked together to go get the sheriff where the bank robbers were located, arrested. The answer is not always more federal authority, more federal government. I have agonized with the victims of violent crime. I have sent people away for life. I have sent people to be put to death. My sympathy is greatly with the victims, but more government, more federal government involvement in breach of the United States Constitution and the delineation of power is not always the answer, but it seems to always be the answer in Washington. Well, let's give them more federal government and more federal authority where it is a state or local crime. I'm just concerned when our Constitution is hanging by a thread and we have gotten away from the Republican form of government, that's with a little r, where we have a representative government and the main powers among the states and the people, except for those specifically designated in the Constitution. So I really appreciate the efforts of those bringing this bill, but we just skip right over these days the federal nexus. And with regard to the comment about USA Today fact-checking, I'll have to defend USA Today because they were on the horns of a dilemma in fact-checking whether the DOJ and Garland were targeting parents, because they could take Garland's word when he said they were not going to target parents, or they could take the evidence that they went right ahead and targeted parents. And USA Today actually could have gone either way on that and said, you know what, we fact-checked and those allegations that they're going after parents is right, according to the evidence within the FBI. Or they could say, you know what, we're taking Merrick Garland at his word. They're not targeting parents, and therefore we find any allegation to the contrary to be false. So they had a tough decision. Unfortunately, they went the wrong way. They didn't go with the evidence. They went with Merrick Garland, who appeared certainly to be quite dishonest, although he could have had a memory lapse. Maybe he didn't remember what all had taken place under his direction. But my time's expired. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the bill,
To strike the last word?
if you prefer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the bill before us is an appropriate use of federal law enforcement. It assures that those who commit murder on federal land are pursued and held accountable. I wholeheartedly support it, but it is in stark contrast to the actions of the Attorney General, which are the focus of Mr. Jordan's resolution. You know, one of the most important checks that we have on abuse of power is Congress's constitutional authority to oversee how the executive branch uses that power. Our laws delegate to the executive the most terrifying powers possessed by any government, the power to destroy lives, to bankrupt people, to arrest them, and to incarcerate them. It is absolutely vital in any free society that these powers be used sparingly and evenly to protect the rights of the people, and that they never be aimed at Americans exercising their most fundamental rights protected by our Constitution, the right to peaceably assemble and to petition their government for redress of grievances. The fact that the staff of the National School Boards Association colluded with the Biden administration to use these powers to threaten and intimidate parents who attend school board meetings to address their elected representatives. And within days, the Attorney General issues his memo. That chain of events is deeply disturbing. Mr. Garland said that he only directed action against those who use violence or threaten violence. Well, there is no federal jurisdiction there. These powers belong rightly to local law enforcement agencies. So if there's no federal jurisdiction, what is the true purpose? I think a reasonable conclusion is that it's to use the prospect of federal power aimed at anyone whose school board members or administrators don't like. I know many people who dropped out of politics after the IRS began targeting Tea Party members. Many told me the same thing. It's just not worth the risk. Now, they were all confident of the propriety of their tax returns. What they feared was the costs of politically motivated audits costing them thousands and thousands of dollars. Well, what parent wants to take a risk of a knock at the door at 5 o'clock in the morning, or wondering if a threat tag has been secretly attached to their names in perpetuity, just because they chose to take an evening after a hard day's work to speak their minds at their local school board? What has happened to the Democrats? You know, I've spent my lifetime arguing with you folks over the appropriate sides of government, but we always agreed on the constitutional fundamentals, including the freedom of speech. I might disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. We all shared those principles. Democrats, traditional liberals, used to be second to none in defending against government intimidation or the misuse of law enforcement to discourage dissent. What has happened to you? The new left shares none of these principles. They viciously shut down speech they don't like, and they've got no compunction against using unlimited government powers to do so. If there are no genuine liberals left in the Democratic caucus in Congress, I do know that there are many out there in the real world, and I appeal to them to join us in restoring the freedoms we all once took for granted, and to hold accountable those who have abused the trust of the people, who have abused the powers to which they were entrusted, and to restore America as a place where no person need fear their government when they speak their minds. There is going to be an accounting. You have no choice over that. There will be an accounting, either now or by the new majority when the 118th Congress convenes 391 days from now. Mr. Chairman, that choice and that choice alone is yours. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. If there are no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 3359 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4977, the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4977 to establish cybercrime reporting mechanisms and for other
Without
purposes.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 4977, the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act, is an important bipartisan measure to advance our understanding of cybercrime so that we may better prevent and combat its occurrence. As our society continues to be dependent on computer and internet technology, criminal actors find more ways to harm unsuspecting victims and launch sophisticated attacks. These activities include email phishing, ransomware, social engineering schemes, identity theft, extortion, impersonation, and fraud. These attacks are costly. The FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center, which takes in cybercrime complaints, has reported increases in both the number of complaints and monetary losses each year for the last 5 years. It received over 700,000 complaints in 2020, amounting to $4.2 billion in losses. Since the Internet Crime Complaint Center relies on reports from victims, this is likely an underestimate of the true cost and scale of cybercrime. Victims of these crimes include individuals, businesses, and government agencies. The effects can be devastating, from a family trying to protect their finances after identity theft, to gasoline shortages following the temporary shutdown of the Colonial Pipeline after a ransomware attack. Just this past weekend, a cyber attack took down web pages of the Maryland Department of Health, blocking access to important health information and services. COVID-19 only compounded these threats, with more and more work being conducted online and new opportunities to impersonate government agencies or health providers. The Uniform Federal Crime Reporting Act of 1988 directs the Attorney General to collect and classify national data on federal crimes, but we have not updated our crime tracking systems to track and report cybercrime in a uniform way. H.R. 4977, the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act, will help us address this problem by directing the Department of Justice to work with the National Academy of Sciences, law enforcement, business leaders, cybercrime experts, and other stakeholders to create a taxonomy of the different types of cybercrime and cyber-enabled crimes. It also directs the Attorney General to include cybercrime in the National Incident-Based Reporting System and directs the Bureau of Justice Statistics to include cybercrime in the National Crime Victimization Survey. Finally, this legislation directs the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study on the effectiveness of reporting mechanisms for cybercrime and disparities in cybercrime data reporting as compared to other types of crime data. With these important steps in this bipartisan legislation, we can develop a better understanding of cybercrime and take informed action to prevent it. This legislation is supported by law enforcement groups and those with particular expertise in cybercrime, including the National Fraternal Order of Police, the Major Cities Chief Associations, the National Association of Police Organizations, the National White Collar Crime Center, and the Cybercrime Support Network. I thank Representatives Abigail Spanberger, Blake Moore, Andrew Garbarino, and Crime Subcommittee Chairwoman Sheila Jackson-Lee for introducing this bipartisan legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 4977 would require the Attorney General to enter into an agreement with the National Academy of Sciences to develop a method.
Did the meeting end?
for categorizing different types of cybercrime and cyber-enabled crime. It would also
Did the
require,
meeting? Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure.
it would also require the Attorney General to establish a cybercrime category in the National Incident-Based Reporting System. The bill also requires the Bureau of Justice Statistics to include cybercrime victimization questions in the National Crime Victimization Survey. Cybercrime is clearly on the rise in our nation and around the world. It's costing Americans billions of dollars a year in theft and is a particularly complicated form of criminal conduct. There's no question that we must do more to bring cyber criminals to justice. There's no question that cybercrime is something the Judiciary Committee could work together on to address. We should be having these type of discussions before we consider legislation, though. Given the importance of these issues to the American taxpayers and American businesses, our committee should hold hearings before moving this bill, but of course we haven't. We haven't heard from relevant stakeholders on these issues and haven't held hearings with experts to determine whether this is the right step at this time. And one other thing the bill does is it requires the GAO to submit, as the chairman just mentioned, to submit to Congress a report that assesses the effectiveness of reporting mechanisms for cybercrime and disparities in reporting data between cybercrime and other types of crime. To me, that seems like the place to start. Why are we making changes to the cybercrime reporting mechanisms, though, before GAO can evaluate whether the existing reporting mechanisms are effective? It makes more sense for us to have hearings, evaluate GAO's findings, and hear from experts. Then we can examine whether the other provisions in this bill are necessary and appropriate. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4977, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York. Strike all after the
Without
enactment.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute removes the finding sections of the bill and makes clarifications to the section of the bill requiring the National Academy of Sciences to submit a report to Congress. These changes improve the bill by ensuring all our colleagues and committees can benefit from the lessons learned in the development of a cybercrime taxonomy. I urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment. Are there any amendments in the nature of are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, cybercrimes have become all too common. Recent surveys indicate that about 1 in 5 Americans have been the victims of ransomware. Last spring, I heard from 2 constituents, seniors who lost their life savings, their retirement nest egg, in a telephone and cryptocurrency scam. And these frauds don't just affect individuals. Over the past year, we've seen cybercrimes targeting high-profile institutions in my region like Philabundance, which is a hunger relief organization, Jefferson Health, a hospital system, and the government of Delaware County, Pennsylvania. This costs our institutions, it costs our taxpayers, and it takes away valuable resources that we need. The Better Cybercrimes Metrics Act is an important measure to increase our understanding, measurement, and tracking of cybercrimes that put our governments, businesses, and constituents at risk. And having these tools will better enable us to educate the public, to prevent and to prosecute such crimes. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I look forward to passing it out of committee today. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Ross seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to the bill sponsors. This is a critically important issue, as are all the issues before us today. The legislation we are discussing makes important investments to protect Americans, correct historic injustices, and incentivize creativity. H.R. 4977, the Better Cybercrimes Metrics Act, would improve data collection on how cybercrimes are committed and giving lawmakers and law enforcement a better understanding of the scope of cybercrimes in the United States. Robust data collection on cybercrimes is essential as attacks have sharply increased in recent years. Between May 2020 and May 2021, the FBI saw complaints about cybercrime jump by 1 million incidents. North Carolinians saw firsthand how vulnerable our country is to cyber attacks with the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack in May, which left nearly 3/4 of Raleigh gas stations without fuel. In response to my questions during a hearing before this committee, Attorney General Garland replied, quote, the more information we can find out about who's demanding ransom, what victims are paying, how they're paying, and what kind of wallets they're paying them into, what kind of cyber or crypto wallets they're being asked to pay into, all of these things help us understand the ecosystem. So the more information we have, the better, end quote. Although Attorney General Garland was addressing my bill, the Ransomware Disclosure Act, which is not before this committee today, the same concerns articulated apply here. We need more data about cybercrime to help law enforcement and national security experts develop the tools they need to combat this growing problem. Because many businesses across this country lack the technical and financial resources to gather the necessary information, develop these tools, and limit these harmful intrusions into the lives of everyday Americans, the federal government has a duty to step in. Passing this legislation is an important step toward ensuring both the federal government and the private sector are equipped to combat the threats cyber criminals pose to our nation. I urge my colleagues to join the fight against cybercrime and pass this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's estimated that the FBI's cyber division receives roughly 800 cyber crime complaints each and every day, whether it's phishing, extortion, identity theft, or data breaches. It's estimated that cybercrime losses last year alone exceeded $4 billion. And I believe it's probably actually higher than that. Earlier this year, we experienced cyber attacks on, as was already mentioned, the Colonial Pipeline, JBS Foods, more recently, Sinclair Broadcast Group. Major cyber attacks are becoming far more frequent than ever before, having larger impacts. And many of these attacks have connections to Russia or China or Iran or organized crime. Lapses, as lapses in security begin to have larger effects on the everyday lives of regular Americans, we need to reassess and strengthen our cybersecurity efforts. Last year, cyber attackers targeted a hospital and a nursing home in my congressional district. The attackers were able to get a hold of personal information and hospital records of patients. And as a member of the Congressional Cybersecurity Caucus, and at the time, for the last 6 years, I was either the chairman or the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee. So I worked in a bipartisan way to find solutions and introduced a number of pieces of legislation, including the Small Business Development Center Cyber Training Act, which required the Small Business Administration, the SBA, to establish a cybersecurity program for small businesses. It passed the House with bipartisan support. We're still hoping for the Senate to take this up. We need to use every tool at our disposal to help protect Americans and small businesses from cyber crimes. This legislation that we're considering today would help in that effort by creating a cyber crime taxonomy to help identify challenges in our cybersecurity infrastructure. And since there is no comprehensive data collection of cyber crimes, and states and localities do not report their cyber crimes to the federal government, this legislation would, I believe, provide greater clarity as to the types of cyber crimes we face as a nation, which would help federal law enforcement to fight against these often devastating attacks. And what I found as the chair for 4 years and ranking member for 2 years of a small business committee, that these attacks can be truly devastating. And oftentimes the business that gets attacked ends up within 6 months or so going out of business because the cost to defend themselves against one of these attacks can be tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes hundreds of thousands. And the margin is so close in small businesses oftentimes that they just can't overcome one of these attacks. And small businesses are they're being targeted more and more frequently by bad actors all across the globe. So I commend my colleagues in a bipartisan manner here for supporting this legislation. We have to do something about cybercrime, and this is a good step forward. It's not going to solve the problem completely, but it's a good step forward, and I support it. Urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm delighted to have this level of legislation coming from the Crime Subcommittee. And again, I want to indicate more clearly of the new staff, Maury, Natalie, and Nicole, and of course, Joe, and want to make sure that everyone knows of our interest and commitment to moving legislation with the chairman that will help change lives here in America. With that in mind, I view the HR 4977, the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act, as one of those in the changing matrix here in this country of what can be a crime, and certainly the billions of dollars that have been lost through cybercrime, but the many lives that have been impacted negatively from the old days of when the personnel records of the Office of Personnel Management in the government were literally thrown into the streets as it relates to the cyber system, people's personal records of our own federal government, and the many stores preceding the pandemic who had the accounts of their customers opened and accessed. But we found that even more detrimental is the potential putting on my Homeland Security Act of disrupting the electric grid, disrupting our water and sewage system, disrupting our hospital systems, our research systems, and literally putting in jeopardy the lives of many again. And so it is important that we are improving our understanding and tracking of the cybercrime so that we can do more to prevent it. A 2018 Gallup poll found that 1 in 4 Americans have been a victim of cybercrime, from stolen financial information to system-wide shutdowns to ransomware attacks. These crimes harm families, our businesses, and our government. The Council of Economic Advisors estimated that malicious cyber activities cost our economy as much as $109 billion in 2016, and experts believe these costs are growing. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased opportunities for cybercrime with increases in remote work and the time people spend online. It is obvious that, again, with the pandemic, more and more people online, even communicating with family members, personal encounters, and certainly the whole idea of the cyber trade or commerce. So many people have lost personal information and can lose personal information in those cyber online orders. Hackers also took advantage of our recovery efforts, stealing identities to file false unemployment claims or fraudulent loan applications. Look how detrimental that is to the beneficiary and to the government. Lost dollars because of fraud and being done because everyone is online. Many of the victims of these scams only learned they were attacked when they went to file genuine claims, were told that one had already been submitted using their name or business. Desperate individuals not able to be provided for by the government and the funding that was intended for them. Sadly, cyber criminals often target older Americans. In 2020, people over 60 accounted for the most complaints of any age group as collected by the FBI Internet Crime Complaint. People over 60 also had the greatest losses, with over 966 million lost to cybercrime in 2020. Vulnerable senior citizens, many of them on fixed income, and even losing access to their government benefits. We must do more to protect Americans from cybercrime, and that starts with a better understanding of what it is and how it occurs. I hope our subcommittee and this committee will do more in the cybercrime area so that we can truly find a solution to these really deadly criminals who sit, as one would say, on their couch, attacking Americans one by one, day by day, minute by minute, second by second. The Better Cybercrime Metrics Act will gather experts in law enforcement, business, and technology to create a taxonomy of cybercrime so that we can define it and classify it in a uniform way. This legislation also adds cybercrime to two important law enforcement tools used to track crimes: the National Incident-Based Reporting System and the National Crime Victimization Survey. Together, these provisions will ensure that law enforcement has a complete picture of when and where cybercrime occurs and who is harmed by it. I believe that we should increase the resources and increase the sector of the FBI that is dealing with cybercrime, and I look forward to looking into that as we go forward. They need to have a larger footprint on this deadly attack on all of us, and certainly on federal entities. Finally, this bill directs the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study on sub-reporting mechanisms for cybercrime and the disparities in cybercrime data relative to other types of crime data. Together, this legislation will put in place the tools to clearly define and classify cybercrime, to track cybercrime, and to better understand the serious threat. I commend Representative Abigail Spanberger for her work on this legislation. I was proud to stand with her in introducing it, along with our Republican colleagues, Representative Blake Moore and Representative Andrew Garbarino. We must give law enforcement the tools to keep a space with new technology and to get a step ahead of the threats faced by ever-evolving world. Mr. Chairman, this bill takes an important step in that effort, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this bill, I associate myself with a lot of the remarks been made on the Republican side about the need for Mr. Jordan's resolution and get back to the Attorney General's conducting surveillance on parents of school children across the country. But this bill, I think, offers the perfect opportunity to put it in context and to respond to the suggestions on the majority side that this is all much ado about nothing. Consider what is before us. This bill's okay. It proposes to spend $1 million to develop a taxonomy of cybercrime. I think that means sort of a classification, distinguish different types of crimes committed with computers. Fine. I would say my recommendation is do a Google search. There are many scholarly articles out there already undertaking that act, and they won't cost us $1 million. It also directs the FBI to add a category for cyber crimes to the NIBRS, the National Incident-Based Reporting System. It's this elaborate, well-resourced, robustly resourced division of the FBI, Statistics Division, I think, but it's a whole division of the FBI which gathers information about crimes nationwide. This bill illustrates how you go about adding to the focus of the NIBRS. You propose a bill, sure, it could be done administratively, but why in the case of alleged threats for which we've been asking all along, where's the predicate? Where is the basis? Show us where these have occurred that would cause this reaction. Why? What's the reason for moving outside the entire FBI's organization infrastructure for developing information about crime and doing this extraordinary thing? Why did Attorney General Garland handle purported threats, harassment, and intimidation of school officials so differently? Why wasn't the October 21 email from the Criminal Division and the Counterterrorism Division, not the division that handles the National Incident-Based Reporting System, it came from them. Why did it come from those particular offices? And what is the significance of the Counterterrorism Division's direction to use threat tags? Why aren't we reporting these? If there have been some threats against school officials, why aren't they being reported in the ordinary way that all crime is reported in the United States to the FBI? Mr. Cicilline says, well, this is about, these concerns are absurd, says the AG and the FBI are investigating violence and threats of violence, and that's what we want them to do. But when Attorney General Garland came before us on the 25th of October, he specifically said to Mr. Jordan in response to a question, so let me be clear, this is not a prosecution or investigation. That's on page 55 of the transcript. Why did he say that? Because he well knows that there has to be adequate predication for an FBI investigation. If you don't remember that, go back to the Russia hoax, because that's what that's been about. So what exactly is DOJ and the FBI doing? Why does it involve the Counterterrorism Division? Why was the October 21 email, which was within the scope of my request for documents on October 7, not furnished ever to this date to me? Why was it not provided when Attorney General Garland testified on October 25 so that we could ask him these questions? What is it that the DOJ and FBI do not want to disclose to the public? What became of the meetings that Attorney General Garland directed occur statewide? I'm struck, as is Mr. McClintock, by the lack of concern on the majority's part, that lack of willingness even to undertake, and Mr. Cohen wants to get the Attorney General back here. At least we're in agreement on that. Let's get him back. We'll ask the questions that are appropriate. And Ms. Scanlon's response that the USA Today article puts it to bed, it's a fact check from the USA Today. It's exactly what Mr. Gohmert said. The USA Today decided they're accepting the word of the FBI. Well, what would it take for you to wonder about the word of the FBI? The Counterterrorism Division, the meetings across the country, the departure from the way information is gathered by the FBI? What would do it? The American people need to know. Moms and dads protesting in school boards need to know. They're not just, by the way, interested in violence and threats of violence. They say intimidation and harassment. What do they mean by that? This is of grave concern. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There are no further requests for recognition. The question occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 4977 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 55 to amend Section 249 of Title 18 United States Code to specify lynching as a hate crime.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. Following the brutal murder of Ahmaud Arbery, which has been cast as a 21st century example of modern lynching by civil rights advocates across the United States, the subsequent public outcry against racial injustice further galvanized national conversations around the historical efforts to create a lynching offense under federal law. H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, is long overdue legislation that would explicitly designate lynching as a hate crime under federal law. The term lynching has most often been used to characterize premeditated extrajudicial executions by a mob in order to punish an alleged transgressor or to strike fear among a targeted group. Throughout history, lynching has been employed as an extreme form of informal group social control and has often been conducted with the display of a public spectacle for maximum intimidation. H.R. 55 is named in honor of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American youth from Chicago who was lynched while visiting an uncle in Mississippi in 1955, in particularly gruesome fashion after being accused of whistling at a white woman. Though lynching touched all races and religions and occurred throughout the United States, it was most common in the South and was targeted primarily at blacks. During the period between the Civil War and World War II, thousands of African Americans were lynched in the United States. These violent incidents profoundly impacted race relations and shaped the geographic, political, social, and economic conditions of African American communities in ways that are still evident today. The anti-lynching movement set the stage for the creation of the civil rights movement that we recognize today. African Americans mobilized their own efforts to combat the threat of racial violence through grassroots activism and the founding of integrated social justice organizations. The work of the NAACP was especially pivotal in awakening the nation to the urgency of combating lynching. In 1921, the NAACP began endorsing legislation to make lynching a federal crime. Anti-lynching activists like journalist Ida B. Wells harnessed the growing power of the African American press to demand national accountability for racial violence, I should say. The first federal anti-lynching legislation was introduced in 1900, almost 120 years ago, by Congressman George Henry White, the only African American member of Congress at that time. Unfortunately, neither his bill nor any other anti-lynching bills that were introduced in the decades that followed managed to pass Congress. The enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 was the closest that Congress ever came in the post-Reconstruction era to enacting anti-lynching legislation. The Department of Justice used that law to prosecute some civil rights era crimes and hate crimes that were described as lynching in public discourse. But there is still no federal law explicitly prohibiting lynching. Today, we correct this historical injustice. H.R. 55 aims to complete the work of George Henry White, Ida B. Wells, and others by finally addressing lynching conspiracies in federal law. In the 116th Congress, this committee passed similar legislation without amendment by a voice vote, and the bill passed the House nearly unanimously. Similar legislation passed the Senate unanimously in the 115th Congress, and it currently has bipartisan support in that chamber. I hope that we can finally get this historic legislation to the President's desk this session. I thank the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, for his leadership on this important issue and for his attention to history. It is especially appropriate that we consider legislation this week that bears the name of Emmett Till. Just days ago, the Department of Justice announced that it had closed a re-examination of the events leading up to his brutal murder without additional charges. In his name, and in the name of all the victims of lynching throughout our history, I urge my colleagues once again to support this important legislation. I now recognize Mr. Gohmert for the minority opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lynching is an especially horrible act of violence. It was and is and ever will be as wrong can be. It reflects a very dark period in our nation's history, and no one here disagrees with that. In parts of the country last century, lynchings carried out by the Ku Klux Klan against the black community, Catholics, and Jews, among others. The bill before us today will make lynching a hate crime under the federal code and will punish violators to a prison term or a fine or both. While we must all condemn lynchings in the strongest possible terms, it is important to note that lynching is illegal today. It already is illegal according to other federal criminal laws already on the book. We should always be vigilant about unnecessarily burdening the federal code by inserting new laws that already cover existing crimes. At the same time, however, given our nation's history with this act of cruelty, in this instance, we believe this could be a worthwhile addition to our criminal laws, so there's no doubt that our nation condemns lynching. The chair indicated that the bill was near unanimous when it passed the House. I was not in favor of that bill because it dropped back the potential punishment to a 10-year sentence. I thought that was outrageous, considering a conspiracy to commit that kind of horrendous murder. And so I rushed over to Bobby Rush, the bill's sponsor, on the floor, and I said, Bobby, why has this got a 10-year max? It ought to, I'm okay with the death penalty, but it at least ought to have a potential life term. And he indicated that he was told to get a vote on the House floor. He had to drop it back to 10 years. And I said, I can't support a 10-year maximum sentence for a conspiracy to commit this horrendous crime of lynching. So I did not support it. But I am proud to be a co-sponsor on the bill that was filed and was supposed to be before us today, H.R. 55, because it makes the potential sentence any term of years, including life. So any term of years, including life, It doesn't include capital punishment, as I wish it did, but that is a bill I could support since it did include any term of years up to and including life. And it's a good bill. But now I see that there is a motion or an amendment in the nature of a substitute that comes back and wants to include any bodily injury, a conspiracy to commit any bodily injury. And when you look at the definition of bodily injury, it's basically the same in most states and the federal government. It can be the tiniest of little scratches, perhaps a tiny little bruise, or maybe even a red mark where some touching occurred. This is a lynching bill. It's an anti-lynching bill. Why in the world would we have an amendment to undo the statute and that's being proposed that I co-sponsored and say, now we're going to throw in any kind of little bodily injury, a conspiracy of that nature? Why? I mean, it minimizes the importance of an anti-lynching bill. It was bipartisan. I was co-sponsoring it, and I don't understand why the majority, the chairman, felt like we needed to water this down to bring anything in and minimize just how serious lynching is. So I appreciate so much our colleague, Mr. Rush's efforts. He's been fighting racism longer than I've been alive. I was pleased to be able to be a co-sponsor on his bill, and I regret that we have an amendment in the nature of a substitute that, in my opinion, minimizes just how serious this is. With that, I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 55, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York. Strike all that follows after the
Without
enacting
objection,
clause.
the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute accomplishes the same goal as the underlying bill, but it takes a somewhat different approach. The bill is introduced would add a new provision to 18 U.S.C. 249A, the hate crime statute, describing an offense involving lynching and setting out a penalty. The amendment would also add a new provision to Section 249A, but it addresses lynching as a conspiracy to commit a hate crime and subjects it to a penalty commensurate with the offense. Under this provision, a conspiracy that results in death could face up to life in prison, while in any other conspiracy, the penalty would be the same as if the underlying offense were committed. The amendment also strikes the bill's findings. This amendment ensures that lynching is specifically recognized in federal law and is punished with the severity that it deserves. And I urge all members to support it.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
I must say, I'm just a little befuddled based on what I heard Mr. Gohmert say before your statement, Mr. Chairman. And so, as I'm looking at the bill, the ANS, it doesn't really define lynching, does it? I mean, and it just has lynching in the title, and then it refers to the result, whether there's a serious, a result of one of 3 other hate crimes. Is that correct?
We don't have to describe it because the description of the underlying hate crime is found in Section 249.
So you're just changing the punishment for hate crimes under certain circumstances, and you're not really doing a separate law for lynching?
We're adding a count for conspiracy under Section 249 that does not otherwise exist.
So is that what it's just tantamount to, is the conspiracy to do a hate crime becomes lynching?
Yes. Well, yes, a conspiracy to, with the appropriate penalties. If death results, you can get up to life. In any other case, it's subject to the same penalties as the penalties prescribed for the offense, the commission of which was the object of the conspiracy.
Okay, I'm a little lost, but perhaps it'll become clearer to me as the debate goes on.
Yeah, the point here is that you can't make a distinction between a conspiracy that intended to kill someone and failed. Who seeks recognition? Are there any other amendments? Does Ms. Bass seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this important legislation to markup today. And I want to acknowledge Congressman Rush and thank him for his longstanding commitment to this issue and applaud him for introducing this important bill again in this Congress. This bill is more than a century overdue. It is absurd that lynching is not yet treated as a hate crime under federal law, and I look forward to voting for this bill today and when it is brought to the House floor. Most of us know the harrowing story of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American teenager who was brutally murdered for allegedly speaking with a white woman in 1955 Mississippi. His murder was rightly part of the spark that led to the civil rights movement, but unfortunately was not an isolated incident. White supremacists and hate groups have used lynchings throughout our nation's history to torture and intimidate thousands of victims of color, mostly Black men and women. And yet these murders are not, in the year 2021, considered a federal hate crime. Though no legislation can ever bring full justice to Emmett Till or the thousands of other lynching victims, passing this bill will finally rectify this legal oversight and allow us to take appropriate action against murderers. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill, and again, want to thank Congressman Rush for his leadership on this vital legislation and urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Ms. Bass.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Members, this is normally where I would say how happy I am to consider legislation before us, but that's not how I feel today. I'm grateful to my colleague, Mr. Rusk, for his work on this bill, but mostly what I feel is horror that we even need to consider this. It really is shameful that in this nation, there is a history of using these acts of terrorism, because that is what a lynching is, to control the lives and bodies of Black Americans. It is shameful that there is a myth that lynchings are a thing of the past, or that they look any one singular way. It's shameful that in the 1930s, anti-lynching legislation was blocked by the US Senate. And it is particularly shameful that this is happening again, or it happened, I should say, in the last Congress, that the bill was blocked by the Senate. The stain of our history continues to this very day. And I do want to remind members, we just finished a trial a week or two ago of Ahmaud Arbery. That was a lynching. The myth is that lynchings are only hangings. Lynchings were beatings. People were shot, just as we saw Ahmaud Arbery shot. And what was the history there? 3 men who were not law enforcement officers were upset that a Black man was running through a white neighborhood. They took the law into their own hands, and they stopped him and they murdered him in a very similar fashion as what happened at the beginning up to the middle of the last century. The stain of our history, as I said, continues to this very day. Lynchings are a present threat rooted in the history of oppression and state-sponsored violence. It's unacceptable that this bill is not already law, and I hope we pass it today without delay. During the period between the Civil War and World War II, thousands of African Americans were lynched in the United States. These lynchings were violent and intentionally public acts of torture that were used to traumatize and terrorize Black people throughout the country and were often state sanctioned. And what I mean by state sanctioned means that law enforcement, in many cases, actively participated or they looked the other way. They were so pervasive in the South that it contributed to the mass migration of millions of Black people out of the South into the North and the West throughout the first half of the 20th century. In order to understand why lynchings were so successful at their intended purpose to torture and terrify, I'm going to describe what they were involved. I know this is uncomfortable to hear, but it is essential to understanding what is really at issue here. A lynching is not just an individual act. It is a tool meant to control a community through fear. It is a message that this horror can happen to you and that no one can or will protect you. A quote unquote typical lynching often involves a criminal accusation, an arrest, an assembly of a mob that would proceed to capture, physically torment, and ultimately murder the victim. Any range of alleged offenses could precede a lynching because throughout history, they have involved mutilation or decapitation. They were intended to be spectacles that would draw crowds, and photos of lynching were often sold as souvenir cards. You know, when I listened to the debate before talking about school boards and the idea that we don't want to teach history that is uncomfortable, that makes people feel bad. The problem is that when we don't teach history, we are subject to repeating it, which is what we saw in the Ahmaud Arbery case. It is important to know the history, even if it's uncomfortable. And for those people that are uncomfortable by it, and I think everybody should be, people need to appreciate what it means for African Americans to sit in classrooms and have their own history completely denied or papered over or minimized. I would ask all of my colleagues, however you vote on this bill, and I can't imagine that we would have a no vote, I do hope that you visit the History Museum that is in Alabama, that was created by Brian Stevenson, that goes through this horrific part of our history. We will always strive to make the United States a better union, but the only way we can make this country a better union is to acknowledge the good, the bad, and the ugly, and to try to act as though it doesn't exist anymore, and to try to say we are going to sanitize US history. If other countries did this, we would be horrified by it. We need to accept our history, we need to acknowledge our history, and we need to rectify it by passing this bill today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I'll reserve the point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 55 offered by Mr. Gomer. Page 1, strike line 4, and all that follows through line 16, and insert the following.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you. This amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute takes the bill exactly back where it was when Bobby Rush put forth the bill, and I wanted to co-sponsor it and did. It does include the findings that were part of Mr. Rush's bill. I have another amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Since the chairman's amendment in the nature of substitute eliminates all the findings, if that's the direction we'd rather go, I have that amendment as well. But this particular amendment that I now have at the desk and all members now have a copy of just puts it back the way it was. And it's noteworthy that in section 3, specifying the specifying lynching as a hate crime, it does not include offenses that could be a conspiracy to cause a scratch, which can constitute bodily injury, or a red mark that could possibly be considered bodily injury. I think those minimize our discussion about lynching, and it should never minimize just how serious it is. And I totally agree with my friend, Congresswoman Bass, about that. This is serious stuff. It is part of the history, and we do need to pass the law. But again, it does not need to be, it should not be minimized by considering lynching to be, a red mark on somebody. Just, if we pass the amendment in the nature of the substitute without changing it to my amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute, you end up with more division in America, people screaming lynching just when they're trying to get past somebody on a subway platform. It's just, it just should not be minimizing how serious lynching was and is, and that's the purpose for the law. So if you look at the amendment in the nature of the substitute, what it says, it's very short, of course, but it references under the category of lynching and other conspiracies, in any other case, be subject to the same penalties as the penalties prescribed for the offense, commission of which was the object of the conspiracy, which brings back into mention things that simply cause bodily injury. For heaven's sake, it at least ought to say serious bodily injury so we don't minimize just how serious lynching is. So this is not the bill I agreed to sponsor, the amendment in the nature of the substitute. I think it minimizes lynching by putting any kind of basically touching offensively to be a lynching. And I don't know why we're dropping it back there.
Would the gentleman care to yield
Yes,
for a
I'll yield to
question?
my friend.
So again, what the language in the amendment in the nature of the substitute would do is say, whoever conspires to commit any offense under paragraph 1, 2, 3 of a certain law. And just taking one, that's if somebody causes bodily injury, doesn't say serious, any bodily, it causes bodily injury or attempts to cause bodily injury to any person. So if two, let's say, African-American persons decided to, on the sidewalk, just punch an Asian person because they were animated by the race of the Asian person, and there are two people doing it, and that Asian person, not because of the force of the punch, but or maybe extraordinary circumstances, very fragile, and the person dies. No reasonable person would have expected it, let's say, based on the punch, and that was all they did. Wouldn't that be lynching then under the
amendment in the nature of the substitute?
And that person would
yes.
be liable to go to prison for life, even that might otherwise be just negligent homicide.
Yeah.
Is that right? If it's on your
Yes,
time. I'll
it
come
could
back.
be.
I'll ask you, Mr. Chairman, because I'm very curious about what the effect would be. But
Yeah,
I'm
and if
yield
you
back.
look at the original bill, it doesn't do that. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
I'll now
I
recognize
withdraw my
myself
point of order.
I'll now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment, the sponsor of the amendment offers it in good faith, but fails to understand the bill. The amendment would leave the Department of Justice without authority to prosecute lynchings that do not result in death, but do result in serious bodily injury. To address conspiracies that do not result in death, such as serious bodily injury, the amendment in the nature of a substitute adds a subsection B, which allows prosecution of non-death resulting conspiracy offenses. Such conspiracies can result in physical injury and equally seriously undermine the sense of safety and security of affected communities, creating an important federal law enforcement interest consistent with the intent of this legislation. That's.
Would the gentleman care to yield on the question I asked about earlier? Just could I pose that hypothetical again, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
What I understand is that if, again, two individuals, I proposed in the hypothetical, they're African-American, motivated by racial animus against an Asian victim, punch him on the sidewalk, bodily injury, welt on the face. Totally unexpectedly, the Asian person dies. Wouldn't that be lynching, and wouldn't they be subject to being in prison for life under this law? Okay. And in fact, even if the person doesn't die, wouldn't they be punishable under subparagraph B for lynching up to 10 years?
They would be punishable for inflicting serious bodily harm.
It's not serious. My hypothetical, not even serious bodily harm, right? Yes, sir.
For serious bodily harm. Sorry. They would be punishable for inflicting serious bodily harm, and the degree of punishment would be the same as the degree of punishment for whatever the for the underlying hate crime is. And that depends on the degree of damage.
Yes, sir. What I'm trying to do, Mr. Chairman, is to make sure I understand the full scope, not just the fact serious bodily harm. You just said if they inflicted serious bodily harm, but what I'm understanding, in the design of the hypothetical I just offered is to say it's not serious bodily harm. It's bodily harm. It's a welt from a punch. And that's the bodily harm. Is the person still liable or can be convicted of lynching and for that? If the person dies, they go to prison for life. But again, even if it's not a serious bodily injury, I'm asking, is that correct? That they would still be punished even in the absence of a serious bodily injury?
They could be, the judge decides that.
But you're saying the ANS intends to reach that conduct?
Yes.
When there's not even a serious bodily injury?
Well, if there's not a serious bodily injury, there would be no punishment.
Yes, under this law, under this bill you're proposing to pass, there would. And that's my concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence.
The ANS, the amendment nature substitute is intended to reach conspiracies that result in death, whether or not they intended, and serious bodily injury, whether or not they intended that. And by the way, your hypothetical wouldn't be subject to this because just two people agreeing is not a conspiracy. You'd have to prove premeditation in advance.
Okay. Well, I mean, that could happen instantaneously, right? If they
No,
if they
no, you have
undertake
to. No, that's not a conspiracy. That's not.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
If two young black men were to do this to an Asian or a white American, would they be then charged with this lynching also?
The legislation is neutral on who does it to whom. If two black people conspire in advance to lynch an Asian person or a white person or any other person.
We're not talking about hanging. We're talking about punching.
If they conspire in advance with premeditation to do that, they would be subject, just as a white person would be subject if they did it to a black person. It's race neutral.
I work with a program, Second Chance for Youth. We have young black boys who make mistakes, might do what you're talking about, but we're now talking about taking those same boys, instead of giving them the second chance, they're now going toward, they'll be charged with lynching charges.
No, that's not a conspiracy.
If two or more talk about, we're seeing this all over these black communities, where kids are actually conspiring to beat people up. And we're talking about charging them with lynching. Lynching, there's a definition for lynching. I don't quite understand how we're redefining American language right now. Lynching is you put a noose around somebody's neck and they die. That's the way it's been for the history of mankind. Now, here we are talking about injury, touching, red marks, and putting away people for life. This is going to impact the black community more than we can ever think about. We see what's happening with our young men today. They need a chance to get their act together, not be put away for life. Because
my time has expired, but let me just answer your question. What you have described is a state offense. It is not a federal offense because there's no federal interest impacting an entire community. So it's not affected by this bill in any way. My time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Doesn't it come to our side, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, it should.
Comes to the Republican side, doesn't it, Mr. Chairman? After you were recognized.
For what purpose does Ms. Sparks? No. For what purpose? It was my mistake. For what purpose does Ms. Sparks seek recognition?
Just write the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I was just kind of listening to the conversation, and I do have significant concern how the nature of the substitute is written, because the problem is, let's say what Congressman Bishop was talking about, these two people just had a discussion, and you don't even have to commit actual action of hurting someone and causing serious bodily injury, because when I look at the code, we're talking about just general bodily injury, which could be a cut, a bruise, or just a physical pain. and it will be considered a lynching that will be punished the way how it's written right now, if I read that, because anything, if we just have a discussion and these people, it will be considered conspiracy, regardless. So I think just moving it from serious bodily injury just on the bodily injury with such a harsh punishment and sentences, it is significant concern. I think moving to the original version, that makes sense because it's a serious crime, but having how it was written, it's really, can cause a lot of very harsh punishment for just a bruise, and you're going to 10 years in jail for causing a bruise, which, that's a bad thing to do too, but it seems like the punishment wouldn't really fit the crime. And I will yield to Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentlelady, and I hope it'll be her time, but I'm hoping maybe to get another clear answer because I think right now we're sort of in the swamp. So to work on the hypothetical I offered, you said, Mr. Chairman, that it would not be a conspiracy if they're just two guys who hit the Asian guy. And so let me offer, and then there was suggested that it wouldn't fall within the statute, the hate crime statute, because there weren't interstate circumstances. So let me refine it. Basically the same hypothetical, except two African Americans who live in Jersey cross over into Manhattan, where they go over there because they're mad, they're animated by racial animus, and they go find an Asian on the street in Manhattan. So they cross state lines, and they intended to go commit some minor violence. They're going to hit somebody on the street. In fact, it's a thing. They have the name for that these days. Somebody could probably tell me what it is, where you just go up to some anonymous person and hit them. But they hit them. So one punch landed on the back of the head. Not even particularly horrible. Let's say the guy's kind of weak. Minor punch. Shockingly, there's an eggshell, as we call them in the law, plaintiff. Somebody and as a result of the punch, they die. Just for hitting the guy in the back of the head. Negligent homicide, probably, usually.
Would the gentleman yield for an answer?
Yeah, and it's Ms. Sparks' time, but that's my hypothetical. I want to know whether that's covered by your bill as proposed in the A&S. If she would yield to you, I yield back to Ms. Sparks.
I yield to gentleman.
Covered by the bill.
Why not?
No, that is not covered by the bill.
Why?
Because it's a crime under state law in New York, and the fact that he crossed state lines doesn't make it a federal crime.
What is the circumstance that has to happen to get it into the federal sphere to get it into New York? Because, I mean, if you had a lynching in Georgia, or a conventional, understandable lynching, where somebody's strung up from the tree, I think you intend to reach that, don't you?
The gentlelady yield?
Yes.
The first thing the DOJ would look at, or looks at, in determining whether to charge someone under a federal lynching law, would be whether there's an unvindicated federal interest that the state didn't vindicate.
Your time's up. Could I refine it and sort of try to get at the point here? Because I understand, I think what you're doing, if I can, Ms. Sparks, if you yield to me for just a second. So here's the problem. So you're sort of saying now, well, it's not a federal crime, it's not, and I'm looking down in the circumstances that bring it within the Hate Crimes Act, the second part. And I want to get to one so I can propose it. It interferes with a commercial or other economic activity in interstate commerce. So the Asian person in that case is a cart vendor selling food. So now he's in interstate commerce. I'm trying to get past that so that we can see, how minor an incident are you trying to make into lynching?
Yeah, and I think, and I want to reclaim that is what also I have similar concern, hopefully you can answer, because when I read just bodily injury, it's just a bruise or cut. It seems like this is very harsh definition to have a small cut or bruise to be considered lynching. And I think that is what this amendment, what you're doing, is really changing from the original bill, how it was filed. And I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back for what purposes? Gentlelady from Texas seek recognition. Gentlelady's recognized.
What's that?
In the last
Oh,
day or
that's
two,
fine.
the
Did you just say that? I was.
Department of Justice announced to the family of Emmett Till that with all the hard work, they were not able to find anyone in 2021, but after many, many years of bringing justice to this family. Justice to a mother who created the storm surge that moved us pivotally into the civil rights movement by the millions of Americans, and particularly African Americans, who saw the brutalized body of a young 14-year-old who I understand was hung and then found in the Mississippi River, beaten brutally. That case was considered a cold case. This legislation, however, deals with the recognized existence of hangings. Some 4,000 African Americans and others, starting from the 1800s, late 1800s into the 1900s. One case as late as the 1950s. Emmett Till was hung, lynched in 1955 while visiting relatives in Mississippi. Born in Chicago, this was a regular, cheery opportunity for him to be able to visit relatives in, of all places, Money, Mississippi. It is only a glaring example of how brutal lynching is. And so I thank Congressman Rush for pursuing this legislation that had been placed with all hopes in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. But yet, that very forceful and important legislation, named after a man that one could technically not assume was lynched, but in the broad daylight of American eyes and the world's eyes was brutally killed by an unjust set of actions. So I enthusiastically support this legislation, which not only creates an offense for the action that results in death, but also provides the amendment, underlying amendment in nature of a substitute, the conspiracy of those who conspired, and therefore, even if it did not result in death, it could, through the codifying of Section 241 of Title 18, the Civil Rights Conspiracy Statutes, makes it unlawful for two or more persons to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person or state. That is what has been added to this, and it is rightly so added. In 1921, Tulsa, Oklahoma's Greenwood District, known as the Black Wall Street, consisted of 100,000 prosperous, functioning, and thriving members of a community, totally Black, who had come out of slavery just a few years ago and built this brilliant community. It was one of the most documented, prosperous communities in the nation. But on May 31, 1921, a mob descended on the false pretense, again, of some interaction with a Black person and a white person. 300 persons were murdered. More than 800 were injured. So we've seen these accountings through the ages. And according to the Equal Justice Initiative, more than 6,400 documented racial terror lynchings of African Americans in America have occurred since the end of the Civil War, 84% of all lynchings. We know about Emmett Till, but there were others that occurred. And even in 1981, the terror of white violence against African Americans continued well into the 20th century, with historians marking the 1981 Ku Klux Klan lynching of 19-year-old Michael Donald in Mobile, Alabama, as a purported final lynching in America, a supposed end to an era. I ask my colleagues, because this is a dastardly act, to ensure that we pass the Emmett Till Lynching Act and thank Bobby Rush for his leadership. Now is the time to stop this devastation. Now is the time. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Bishop, the gentleman from North Carolina, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What we're engaged in is constructing a law. And we're talking about constructing a law under which people can go to prison for life. So if we're talking about the circumstances that Ms. Jackson Lee just described, or that people usually think of as lynching, we're all ready to do that. But we have to be careful. If I can just hearken the committee to think back to the fact that another Judiciary Committee not too many years before decided to create these tremendous disequilibriums between powder and crack cocaine and sent thousands and thousands of people to prison for entirely too long, the consensus now is. In fact, those who sit here today call that racism. So let's get this right. What the bill as in the ANS does is it punishes the conspiracy. You can punish the conspiracy if there is an overt act. So to refine the hypothetical I've been talking about with the two African-American people in Jersey cross the line into New York to target an Asian pushcart vendor, and they intend to go and punch him in the face. And they get near him, but they have a sudden change of heart and they don't do it. That is a conspiracy in which there's been an overt act. And if the pushcart vendor saw them at the last minute and was frightened and had a heart attack and died, they're lynchers. They've committed a lynching under the statute, under the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I remember when I first started in the General Assembly in North Carolina, one of the first things I wanted to do was pass a bill to raise the level of a crime. And pretty quickly they explained to me how much it costs, what the incarcerations would be. You can't just do that willy-nilly. You really shouldn't be constructing this on the fly. Every one of these members of this committee has been content with the previous language that Mr. Gomert's trying to go back to in this amendment. Ms. Bass, Mr. Cicilline, Ms. Dean, Ms. Demings, Ms. Jackson Lee, Mr. Jeffries, Mr. Johnson of Georgia, Mr. Nadler, Mr. Raskin, Ms. Scanlon, Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Neguse, Ms. Ross, Mr. Stanton, Ms. Bush, Ms. McBath, and Mr. Cohen. All sponsored that previous language. No one's explained why the language that's now proposed is superior to the language that was previously offered. And every time I ask a hypothetical, it gets right at what the problem is. Somebody says, well, let's go to another thing. It's not covered under the hate crimes law because there's no interstate commerce. Well, we'll fix all that. By the way, all you got to have coverage is that the person crossed state lines, which is what I posed. This is kind of reckless, members of the majority. This kind of recklessness has been committed before, and it resulted in thousands of people to go into jail for too long. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Owens, the hypothetical you suggest is not remote. It could be used in exactly the way you described. Why would we convert, as you say, why would we change the meaning of language? That seems to be done all the time. It's like infrastructure, right? Now lynching is two guys go over to hit the Asian guy and he drops dead and they didn't do anything and they go to prison for lynching. That's what the bill says. Let's do it right. And with that, I yield to Ms. Parks.
Thank you. The worst, I think, part of the bill, if even nothing happens to this cart vendor, they could be charged and be for 10 years in prison for committing the crime. If nothing happened, they will be in prison for 10 years for conspiracy if nothing happened. That is the most concerning part of this bill, the way how it's written. And I truly believe that is a really harsh sentence, and it doesn't fit really the crime. So I think we need to look at this definition. The way how the original bill was written, you need to create, cause death and all of these penalties. That makes sense, and we need to put it in the code. But the way how nature of a substitute written, it really opens up a can of worms and very harsh sentence for very minor crimes and violation, and it's very concerning. We went through that before, and we're trying to make sure as this committee that we have a proper system of justice and people have, the punishment does fit the crime, and I think this is really tilted us in the wrong direction, the way how it's written. And I yield back to the gentleman.
And my time has expired. Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired, and I will note that nearly a century has gone by since Congress has tried to pass anti-lynching statutes, so nothing here has been done on the fly. With that, for what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. 60 years ago, Emmett Till was lynched in Mississippi. 66 years have gone by without justice. And as we progress towards a more perfect union by recognizing lynching for what it is, a hate crime, we reflect on how this heinous practice has been wielded to oppress minorities throughout American history. And it's that point that we should remember as we listen to my friends on the other side of the aisle try to confuse and exaggerate the intent of this bill and the effects of this bill. I thank my friend Bobby Rush for introducing this historic bill, and I thank the chairman for bringing it to markup in this committee. Over the years, many civil rights battles have been won, but our fight for equality is not over. As the representative of Georgia's 4th Congressional District, this legislation has particular significance to me and my constituents. My district is home to Stone Mountain. At over 800 feet tall and 1.5 miles wide, the carving etched on Stone Mountain of 3 traitorous Confederate generals is the largest Confederate monument ever erected, and it still exists. Stone Mountain is also known for being the birthplace of the modern Ku Klux Klan. In previous years, the Klan met regularly at Stone Mountain, where their hate, Confederate flags, and cross burnings were welcomed by state and local leaders as the terrorizing and lynching of Black folks across the nation continued unabated. Well, times have changed. At the March on Washington, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. issued a call to freedom. He issued a call for freedom to ring from Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain is now a majority Black city, and the KKK is no longer welcome or tolerated. Just as the KKK is a vestige of slavery and Jim Crow that we've moved past, lynching is also a vestige of slavery, but we haven't moved past it in terms of federal law outlawing it. It's long been practiced to keep enslaved Africans and later Black men and women and children living in terror. And that terror was recently exhibited just last year as Ahmaud Arbery was hunted down like an animal and lynched in the streets of Georgia. It was a 21st century lynching, all because he was running while Black. It's time to formally distance our country from these heinous acts. We must declare to ourselves and to the rest of the nation and to the world that we will no longer tolerate lynching. We will no longer allow that to be a crime that is unpunished under federal law. We've waited too long and we cannot delay any longer. Only when we reckon with our troubled history and try to make things right can we begin to construct a more perfect union. For these reasons, I'm proud to lend my support to the legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
Speak on the bill,
Gentleman is recognized.
and I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Gomer.
I thank my friend from California. The example that was indicated earlier by my friend, Mr. Bishop, about crossing the state line, I realize it was just inadvertent mistake when the chairman said that didn't apply, but actually because his amendment in the nature of a substitute references subparagraph A, 1, 2, and 3, well, 2B indicates that one of the circumstances that kicks it in is across a state line or a national border, or using a channel, facility, or instrumentality of interstate or foreign commerce. But I keep going back to 1 and 2 and the reference to bodily injury. And again, I want to remind you that, you know, this bill was filed January 4th by our dear friend Bobby Rush. And the co-sponsors, up until the chairman came up with this bright new idea of eliminating issues like serious bodily harm and getting to bodily harm, that we would have already had this bill passed and everybody on both sides of the aisle would have been in agreement, as we are, and we proudly would have put this into law. But for some reason, there was this need felt, no, let's include in the definition of lynching any kind of bodily harm, no matter how minimal. Let's get that in there as a lynching. And, you know, obviously the reference is in 2 regarding the protected classes be perceived, actual or perceived religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation. And I'll go back to the original discussion on hate crime. Under our federal hate crime law, if a woman were standing with her little girl on a street corner and a guy that came up and he had on a trench coat, he was oriented toward flashing, that's how he was sexually oriented, and he flashes the little girl and the mom takes her purse and hits him and leaves a mark with her purse. Now, the flasher has committed a minor misdemeanor, but the woman chose her victim because of his sexual orientation toward flashing, and she could be prosecuted for a federal hate crime, and anyway, these are the kind of absurd results when you go after something as serious as we all agree lynching is, and then try to minimize how serious it is by putting the words bodily injury in there. It just, I don't understand why the chairman did it when we had such widespread agreement, including, I think, most everybody that's spoken on the Democrat side. They totally were good with the language that I was and Republicans were.
Would the gentleman yield?
It's my time.
I will
and
yield
do
to
not
the
yield.
chairman.
It's my
Why
time and I
did
do
you
not
have a
yield.
need
Because
to muck this up?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, it's my time. I do not
Oh,
yield
I'm
until
sorry.
Mr.
I'm
Gohmert
sorry.
is
Yes,
finished.
thank you.
If Mr. Gohmert's finished, then I will yield
Thank
the
you.
gentleman time.
Thank you. Well, I just don't see why we had to mess this bill up. It was a good bill the way Mr. Rush prepared it, and nobody had a problem until the chairman decided we're going to have an amendment of the nature of substitute, and we're going to include minimal bodily injury as a form of lynching. And I agree with my friend, Mr. Owens. Why do we have to redefine things all this time? And as Mr. Bishop said, we saw this kind of effort when it came to crack versus powder cocaine. Thousands of people went to prison unfairly, and we should not be doing this on the fly, which this is, because it just came up in the last 2 days. And I thank my friend for yielding.
Thank you. I'll take a few seconds. Let me just say this. The reason is the following. If you read the bill that or the amendment that Mr. Gohmert put in, which is the original bill, It says, whoever, whether or not acting under color of law, willfully acting as part of any
Mr.
collective.
Chairman, I'm afraid I'm going to have to reclaim my time because I want to leave the final 5 seconds to Mr. Gomer if he wants to make a final reply.
His time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized. And will she yield a few seconds to the chairman?
I will, of course.
Thank you. To answer the question, the amendment says, whoever, whether acting under color of law, et cetera, committing an act of violence against any person causes death to any person shall be imprisoned for any term of years or for life, et cetera. But it doesn't deal with serious bodily injury. In other words, you could engage in a lynching that resulted in near death, that resulted in very serious bodily injury, and this doesn't cover it. That's why the amendment, in the nature of a substitute, substitutes the following language. If death results from the offense, be imprisoned for any term of years or for life, fined in accordance with this title or both, or in any other case, be subject, in other words, of less than death, be subject to the same penalties as the penalties prescribed for the offense, the commission of which was the object of the conspiracy. So the severity depends on the underlying offense, but bodily injury, severe bodily injury, can be a lynching, not only causing death. I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back to her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for bringing H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, before the committee today. Very proud to co-sponsor this bill introduced by Congressman Bobby Rush, which establishes lynching as a hate crime. And I would just say to my colleagues on the other side, please do not minimize the crimes that we're trying to address with this legislation. A fistfight is almost certainly not a lynching. We want to give DOJ the opportunity to get at a wide range of crimes. Not yet, sorry, because we do not want to foreclose prosecution of any hate crime, but it takes an extraordinary and shocking act for the AG to certify a hate crimes investigation. I urge my colleagues not to get in the way of historic legislation. What we're talking about today, we are reminded again that Emmett Till was lynched in 1955. He was only 14 years old. His mother, Mamie Till, bravely held an open casket funeral that showed his brutalized body because she said, quote, "I wanted the world to see what they did to my baby." Yet even Mamie Till's courageousness in the face of her grief was not enough to get anti-lynching legislation passed. For over 100 years, members of Congress have introduced anti-lynching legislation with little success. This failure is a case study, not just on the pervasiveness of white supremacy, but also how legislative procedures such as the filibuster are weaponized to block necessary legislation that is meant to confront and heal America's deepest wounds. As the dire anti-lynching bill was filibustered in the wake of the 1921 Tulsa Massacre, the Justice for Victims of Lynching Act of 2018 was ignored in the House of Representatives. Opponents to anti-lynching legislation have historically used procedure to undermine the progress of civil rights. Lynching is and remains a stain on America's legacy. From the 1871 massacre of 20 members of the Los Angeles Chinese American community to the violent murders that ripped apart brown communities after September 11th, to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery just last year. The harsh reality is that racist killings are not a thing of the past in the United States. In 2017, in my home state of Washington, Ben Keita, a Black Muslim teenager, was found hanging from a tree in a wooded area near his family's home. His case is still unsolved. The continued absence of an anti-lynching law is an injustice that furthers the undercurrent of white supremacy that plagues our country. This bill is long overdue, and I stand in solidarity with Congressman Rush and all impacted communities to push forward this legislation. We must pass H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. In Emmett's name and in the names of all who have been murdered by lynching across America, I am proud to support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well.
Would the gentlelady yield at this time?
I would.
I thank you, Ms. Jayapal, and I would urge that your admonition about not minimizing lynchings is really
not well placed. To your point, you've described at least 3 examples of lynchings. I have no problem with any of them being defined as lynchings. In Ahmaud Arbery's, even in the Ahmaud Arbery case, which has been suggested today, that's fine. He was killed with a gun, I believe. And so, you described things in Tulsa and the people hung from a tree. Those are lynchings. Nobody's got any question. The only questions I'm asking on the new language that has been offered is, does it reach far more than those types of things, and do you intend to reach them all, and what are the implications? I certainly intend no minimization. I hope that's not taken as an example of white supremacy, just to ask the
Gentlelady's
question.
time has expired, but she can answer the question quickly.
Well, I thank you for that, and I'm glad that we're not minimizing what is a really important piece of legislation. I think your question has been asked and answered multiple times, which is that it's not going to rise. The kinds of things that you are raising are not going to rise to this level, and I think that's the answer to it. I appreciate the concern, but I feel like we've answered that question multiple times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back for purposes. Mr. Owen, seek recognition.
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Let me start off by something I think we all know is obvious. Lynching is evil. What happened throughout the 1900s were evil. This legislation, when it passed in the last Congress, had bipartisan support. The concerns we had as a party is it was not strong enough. It was instead of 10-year minimum, we wanted life for people who did this kind of stuff. Well, my concern is this. We have something with a great name, a great mission, and my Democratic friends use it to brand America as racist versus what the Democratic Party has done. So let me give you a little history, because you're right. Anti-lynching bills have been placed for a long time, stopped every single time by the Democratic Party. It was the Democratic Party that fought for slavery. It was the Democratic Party that fought against the anti-lynching bill in 1918, put together by a Missouri Republican. It was the Democratic Party that put together Jim Crow laws. KKK was Jim Crow. By the way, Wall Street, Black Wall Street, destroyed by Democrats. The filibuster, you're right, it's been used to stop civil rights. Democrats have used it to do that. We have something that should be bipartisan right now, a bill that makes sense against anti-lynching. My concern is this. We have a lot of young Black boys today that are lost, that have been raised in families that are dysfunctional, a lot because of Democratic policies. And they decide to make a mistake, beat somebody up because they hate white people, which they're being taught to do. They can come under this lynching. They have not killed anybody, but they conspired and have hurt them. They could be put away for life. Why are we changing the definition of lynching when it's so obvious what it is? Is it because we're not getting enough across our country to bring attention to the divisiveness that we're trying to get from my friends across the aisle? We've been fighting against this evil for a long time, and we've come a long, long way, my friends. All we have to do is look around this room. We see how far we've come. So let's go ahead and deal with the Emmett Till bill, the way it was designed, that everybody in a bipartisan way agreed to, and let's stop trying to change the language of lynching so it fits any narrative anybody wants to put out there, and all of a sudden we're dividing off people even more and more in more ways.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, please do.
I thank the gentleman because it affords me an opportunity to rebut further what Ms. Jayapal just said. She said that the questions that I've raised have been answered by saying those things would not be covered by the bill. The reason I've pursued them at considerable length is because, as a matter of the language in the amendment and the nature of the substitute, they are covered. The way this goes, when a prosecutor goes to charge a crime, he goes through the language of the statute, identifies what the elements of the crime are from that language, and if he has facts and evidence that match each one of those elements, the prosecutor can charge the crime. So the chairman's explanation a moment ago about why this amendment in the nature of the substitute came forward is that he wanted to get not only where you're causing death, okay, if that's so, then he says he also wants to reach the situation where where the act causes a serious bodily injury. But again, as I've explained, this language goes beyond that. It covers bodily injury. And bodily injury is defined, as Ms. Sparks got at earlier. It includes an abrasion. It includes a bruise. It includes physical pain without any other injury. It includes illness. So when you say, stop trying to slow this down, we're trying to solve the thing where people are hung from trees and killed, and I'm saying, okay, could we define it as that? Then that's what the discussion is about. And again, the language that Mr. Gohmert goes back to, I'm not sure it's flawless, but it's fine. It got at what lynching was as a separate idea.
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Yes, sir.
Just for history, for those who don't know, lynching through the 1900s, 4,700 people were lynched. 1,300 of them were white, Jewish, and Italian, lynched by white Democrats who didn't like anybody who was different than themselves. So as we talk this process, let's not try to brand America. Let's look at who did the deal. Let's make sure they're accountable. None of my friends here were part of that evil back in the days. So let's stop doing the same thing to our country. We're not part of that evil back in those days. We're moving forward.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Bath seek recognition? All right. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Are honored for this paramount and lawful.
The gentlelady's recognized. Ms. Dean?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the 20th century, mob lynchings were all too common throughout our nation, a shameful part of our history not discussed enough, not taught enough. So I have a quick, small history lesson. In 1916, the NAACP prioritized advocating anti-lynching legislation and formed a special committee to bring public awareness to this unconscionable practice. In 1919, anti-Black violence rose to horrific peaks in the Red Summer, the deadliest race riot in Elaine, Arkansas, where some 500 armed soldiers, local law enforcement, white supremacists, white vigilantes killed hundreds of Black sharecroppers. In the 1920s, President Warren Harding delivered what some historians qualify as the first condemnation of lynching in a presidential address. And in part, the president said, Congress ought to wipe out the stain of barbaric lynching from the banner of a free and orderly representative democracy. That was the fall of 1921, 100 years ago. And yet, in 1922, the dire anti-lynching bill, which made it through the House following the national unrest, was stopped in the Senate under the filibuster. Sound familiar? Literally, over a century later, lynching is still not a federal crime in the United States, and the filibuster continues to halt our progress. I had the privilege in 2019, I joined our late colleague, John Lewis, at the National Memorial for Peace and Justice in Montgomery, Alabama, a breathtaking memorial to educate all of us and to memorialize more than 4,400 extrajudicial killings, lynchings. We know this number is a fraction of the blood spilled on our soil with impunity by our federal government. My husband had the privilege of traveling with me there with Mr. Lewis, and he commented at the National Memorial that every single American should visit this memorial and learn of our sad history. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act is named after a 14-year-old Black boy who was tortured and killed in 1955 in Mississippi. If we do not acknowledge our past, we are bound to repeat it, as we saw with the gruesome modern-day lynching of Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old Black man grievously hunted down and murdered by 3 white men. Our past continues to be our present. We must not let it be our future. Again, to echo my colleague, Representative Jayapal's points a moment ago, please do not minimize the crime we are trying to address. We've been trying to address for 100 years. It will take an extraordinary, shocking act for any Attorney General, Democrat or Republican, and it would be shameful for false arguments to get in the way yet again. Do you want to wait another 100 years before we finally act in Congress to pass this anti-lynching legislation? And so I thank the chairman, the committee, the representatives, Mr. Rush, and others who have championed this legislation for so very long. It's an important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Chairman Eller. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'm so honored to speak in support of this, what I find to be very paramount and long overdue piece of legislation, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which is HR 55. This bill is not simply a symbolic piece of legislation to attempt to correct the injustice of 66 years ago, but on the contrary, as we appallingly saw with the slaying of Ahmaud Arbery in my home state of Georgia, this piece of legislation is still vitally important today. And I am privileged to be able to call the Till family my friends. Their decades-long work to seek justice for their son, their cousin, their loved one, led the way to fight for civil rights of all African-American families around the country. And it gave me strength and really a never-ending determination in my own fight for accountability for my son Jordan's murder. So we really have a duty to the Till family and to the families of thousands of Black children, mothers and brothers, to carry out justice and to pass this bill. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act would finally make lynching a hate crime under federal law. And this bill goes further than the version passed in the House by voice vote last Congress, in that it would extend the permitted prison time for individuals convicted of conspiracy to commit, which result in death, from 5 years to a term of life. And even further, the amendment in the nature of a substitute would add a subsection to HR 55, which would allow conspiracies that do not result in death, but perhaps serious bodily injury, to be prosecuted. Even though the Emmett Till case has sadly been closed, our work as members of Congress and as Americans, it's not done yet. We must continue to build upon the foundational work that the Emmett Till family achieved by finally passing the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Our work today helps to just really cement for history America's role in ensuring there truly is justice for all. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jones seek recognition? Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Come to our side?
I'm sorry, I think.
I'll be ready.
Hold on.
If you got time, I would love time if you can, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, who's seeking time? For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I would yield to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Thank you. Took me a while to really even figure out what this change is doing, but I think now I understand that it really has anything to do with lynching. It's really, we create a new hate crime in statutes, which is conspiracy. And I think it's kind of creates a lot of ambiguity and really opportunities for abuse, because when we write this definition so broad and so convoluted, and covers so much, it's really, we will have discussion in this committee a lot, that it's really hard to understand what the intent of the law. And when we actually call something lynching, and now it really has nothing to do with the lynching, in this how it is written, it's just really new crime under hate crime statute, which is a conspiracy. You don't have to have any particular actions. You don't have to actually assemble like the original definition. So it is really open up can of worms, and it is very concerning for me, but I don't think we should be using some good intent and some legislation that was agreed on a bipartisan basis, that was no objecting, put a name to something totally different. That is like very confusing, and it took me a while to talk to our attorneys and my colleagues that are attorneys to even figure out what it is, but I truly believe this bill, how it is written, is not a good bill, and we need to go to the original version. We were all in agreement, and I yield back to Mr. Jordan.
Not after time, Mr. Jordan. I thank the gentleman from Ohio, the ranking member. And unfortunately, Ms. Dean, who had offered some comments before us, left the room. Perhaps she's nearby. If she isn't, perhaps she'll come back. But in her absence, I think I'll ask the chairman, if Mr. Jordan, if you'll yield to him. But in the 116th Congress, the last Congress, then Senator Kamala Harris introduced the Justice for Victims of Lynching Act on February 14, 2019. It passed the Senate the same day on voice, and then it came to the House. The leadership of the House, Mr. Nadler, you're chairman, I believe, of the Judiciary Committee. Ms. Pelosi was Speaker. Mr. Hoyer was Majority Leader, and the House never took it up. So what Ms. Dean said is that this legislation's never gotten done because of the filibuster in the Senate, presumably operated by white supremacists. Why did that not go through? It was just last Congress. Why didn't the House take it up and pass it? No one cares to answer. Well, that is an answer, isn't it? Mr. Jordan, yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back. Good question.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jones seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to Mr. Owens today, I've grown increasingly worried about the state of American education. It is well documented that because of party realignment since the 1960s in the wake of the Civil Rights Movement, segregationist Democrats left the Democratic Party and became known as Republicans today. Today's Republican Party is the only major political party in America leading a resurgence of Jim Crow, including using the filibuster to block passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which every single Republican voted against in August. Yesterday, at a press conference, some Republican members of this committee showed more concern for the well-being of the white nationalist insurrectionists who tried to overthrow the federal government on January 6th than the Black and brown communities in America today that bear the brunt of such white nationalist violence and intimidation. For some, it can be easy to forget or to ignore how recent Jim Crow was and how young multiracial democracy in America truly is. Well, for me, this is personal. My grandparents grew up in Jim Crow, Virginia. Because Congress and the courts had betrayed Black Americans and let Reconstruction fail, my grandparents lived under a racist regime. They never knew true safety. Their voice, or God forbid their vote, could be met with violence. Our Constitution's promises to them had long been broken. So eventually my grandparents fled north to Rockland County, New York, the community that I now proudly represent in Congress. But my grandparents' generation did not just flee Jim Crow, they overcame it. With protests, marches, and sit-ins, their generation brought multiracial democracy up from the ashes of Reconstruction, resurrecting the Constitution's broken promises that they too would be recognized as equal citizens, voters, and above all, human beings. I am humbled to have this opportunity to help pass this historic anti-lynching bill. For my grandparents and those like them who were made into refugees in their own country, and for the thousands who have been lynched, from Emmett Till to, yes, Ahmaud Arbery. This legislation is personal to me for another reason. Because on January 6th, a violent mob carrying the Confederate flag hung a noose in front of the Capitol and tried to overturn the presidential election and take our lives. Days after being sworn into Congress, exceeding my grandparents' wildest dreams, I found myself hiding from a white supremacist mob, experiencing my grandparents' darkest fears. The first federal anti-lynching bill was introduced under the shadow of an insurrection. Over 120 years ago, white supremacists overthrew the multiracial government in Wilmington, North Carolina. In response, Congressman George Henry White, serving his last term as the last Black member of Congress elected during Reconstruction, introduced the original anti-lynching bill. He knew that lynching was not just arbitrary racist violence, it was also a political weapon. Congressman White had devoted his career to confronting the rise of Jim Crow. When he warned that racist voter suppression was sweeping over the South, Congress refused to respond. When he warned that the South's remaining multiracial governments were being undermined and overthrown, Congress refused to respond. When lynching spread like wildfire, he introduced the prototype of the bill before us today, and Congress again refused to respond. So my grandparents grew up under the Jim Crow regime Congressman White gave his all to prevent. To me, the lessons are clear. Multiracial democracy is fragile. Our progress is not linear. We have lost our democracy before, and if we do not stand up for it now, we can lose it again. Congress's failure to stand up for Reconstruction subjected Black Americans to nearly a century of Jim Crow. We must learn from that history, and we cannot fail. So I thank Representative Rush for introducing this legislation. I thank Chairman Nadler for bringing it before us today, and I yield back because it is time to finally act.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Thank you. And I too agree with the statement just made. I am concerned for education and how somebody young could question the education of my Republican colleague who lived through the history, and he knows the history, and he has seen the prejudice and abuse. And I do appreciate the reference to this fabled switch of parties, when actually, if you go back and do the real research, you find there wasn't a big switch of Democrats to Republicans. But what you did see in the 60s was activity that was intended to be assisting in a war on poverty. And if some described it, the Democrats' agenda really became a war against Black families in America. Or if you look at the 8 years of the Obama administration, the network of Black households reduced by 30%. So we can ascribe different intentions, but regardless, the outcomes reflect which parties have done more damage to different races and which have been more helpful. But this bill should have been a 10-minute bill at most to be passed. I thought it was great. We had a bipartisan agreement, but then the decision was made, we're gonna lower what it takes to be considered a lynching. And I know the chair said, so we wanted to get serious bodily injury in there, but that's not what he got in there. He's drafting the amendment that will be substituted for the original bill. And I can tell you, the bill that Mr. Bobby Rush drafted got to the seriousness of the lynching. And I can also tell you, when he was required to lower the maximum punishment from life to 10 years in the last Congress, it was not a Republican speaker that required that lowering to 10 years, because we were comfortable, and I would have voted for the bill had there been the potential for at least a life sentence. And as those who were members of the committee know, I proposed a death penalty for lynching, the real lynching and not the newly defined just bodily injury that could be a bumping, an abrasion. It's as if Democrats were not satisfied with a yes for a bipartisan lynching bill that took up the seriousness. They wanted to get some Republicans to know, and if you want to know, then I'll have to be there, because you minimized the seriousness of lynching. The Democrats had a horrible history when it came to lynching. The abuses that occurred in this country should be reckoned with. And now we come to modern day and we're going to say, well, we're going to make lynching any kind of touching that might have caused the least bit of pain. If you wanted it to say serious bodily injury, Mr. Chairman, there was a real easy way to have it say serious bodily injury, but that's not what this bill does. It minimizes the seriousness of lynching, and Republicans, like they did 100 years ago, are still standing against lynching, but we're not going to let you get away with just calling it any kind of little bump or abrasion. That's a lynching. No, we're not going to let you minimize the history of serious racism and lynching by the Democratic Party. Let's go back to the amendment, to the bill the way it was, and that's what my amendment does. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just first note that if you are dead because you were hung, or because you were shot, or because you were beat up, you're still dead. And so I just wish my Republican colleagues would stop their very narrow focus on the term lynching. I am going to support this legislation. I believe it's a good piece of legislation and a good bill. I just want to make the point that by putting lynching under the federal hate crime statute, contrary to what my Republican colleagues have been saying, it makes it actually harder to prosecute. That's not the fault of this bill. It's a fault of the federal hate crime statute. That statute was written in a very narrow way, and the courts have interpreted it to mean that the only way you can charge a federal hate crime statute is if race or another protected status was basically the sole reason for their crime. So let me give you an example. Let's say someone goes ahead and robs 10 churches, and they happen to be all Black churches. Well, that's not enough, because if the defendant simply says, I was robbing churches because I needed money, then that's not a federal hate crimes violation. A more recent example, let's say someone, a murderer in Georgia, wants to shoot up massage parlors, and they all happen to be Asian massage parlors. Well, you know what? That's not enough in the federal hate crime statute, because it's been interpreted so narrowly, it has to be, that race has to be the sole reason essentially for that crime. That's going to make lynching harder to prosecute. Congresswoman Lucy McBath and I, earlier this year, introduced the Stop Hate Crimes Act that would modify the federal hate crime statute to say that if race is a contributing factor, then you can charge a federal hate crimes violation. And that makes sense, right? I'm a former prosecutor, and we know that people often commit crimes for a variety of motives. Race should never be a motive. And if race is, then that should be punished more harshly. So I urge the Judiciary Committee, if we want to make lynching actually prosecutable, to actually then put that additional legislation through markup. Otherwise, you're going to have the same result we have now, which is you see very few federal hate crimes charges. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to say that I support this bill and have supported Bobby's first bill. It would affect lynchings. And I know about lynchings, as we all do from history, but unfortunately they occurred in our community, my community of Memphis. Ida B. Wells, who spent some time in Memphis, once said the way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. And she was a civil rights activist and journalist best known for her investigative reporting on the lynching of African-American men in the South during the 1890s. They included the People's Grocery lynching in 1892, and there were 30 different lynchings in Memphis. We have a committee, which I'm a member of, that's trying to bring awareness to those sites and markers, and we've done that at the L. Pearson's lynching site as well, which led to the founding of the Memphis NAACP. This bill takes an important step to shine the light of truth by finally making lynching a federal hate crime. It indeed was a federal hate crime, and one time I was at the museum in New York. I'm trying to think, Mr. Nadler, you can help me. What's the name of the museum that just opened up down there in the meat packing district. It moved down there.
Meatpacking district. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, it's a gigantic museum, and it was moved down there, and I'll think of it in a while. But anyway, they had an exhibit, and one of the exhibits was photographs, and were photographs of lynchings that were shown that were just originally seen in Europe. They were in exhibits in Europe of photography in the United States, and there were lynchings. And to think that that's what people were, it was revolting to watch them. It was awful. But to think that's what people in Europe saw of the United States in the 20s and 30s, that's how we exhibited ourselves, because that's what we did. And it was an awful thing. And indeed, what was said earlier about Democrats doing them, I don't think anybody ever asked your political affiliation when you did a lynching. That was not the first thing you were asked. I suspect most of the people were Democrats, because many of them happened in the South, and in the day, the South was pretty much totally Democrat. It was a response to the Civil War and the.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I would just like to point out that with response to this whole nonsense about the party, yeah, it was the Democratic Party that was pro-slavery, it was pro-Jim Crow, et cetera, all of what was said before. However, you forget the history. Starting in 1945, the mayor of Minneapolis, a fellow named Hubert Humphrey, started pushing a civil rights bill, a civil rights plank in the platform, which the party adopted, Democratic Party, in 1948, resulting in a walkout of the Dixiecrats, that is, the Southern Democrats who supported Jim Crow, from the Democratic Party, and Strom Thurmond was their candidate for president against Harry Truman. And then you got Barry Goldwater being one of the few people who opposed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as a result of which many more blacks left the Republican Party. And then you had was it George Wallace, who led again the South, which was segregationist, which had always voted Democratic, for the first time voted for Goldwater, and was the only part of the country that voted for Goldwater, the old Confederacy. And then you had Henry Wallace. And the fact of the matter is, all the old
Mr. Chair,
all the old Dixiecrat, all the old Democrats became Republicans. And so to talk about a partisan responsibility at this point is nonsense. And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to show you this brochure I've got. Ronald Reagan, Let's Make America Great Again. Only one of the things Trump stole from somebody else. Reagan for president. He started his 1984 campaign in Philadelphia, Mississippi, site of the killings of the civil rights workers, Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman. That was a sign to the leftover racists that hadn't left the Democratic Party, come on home, there's a place for you. And that's why they opened in Neshoba County, Philadelphia, Mississippi. Those spurious arguments about what the Democrats did in the past, that was wrong. But all those Democrats became Republicans. They were welcomed into the Republican Party. They reach out for them and they welcome them. And January 6th was the result of all that change. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes Ms. Bush seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. St. Louis, and I thank you, Chairman Nadler. Today's discussion is a powerful and a necessary one. I came to Congress to legislate in defense of Black lives and to dismantle white supremacist systems that fuel the white supremacist violence in our communities, Black communities, that we face since our country's founding. A founding forged by the capture, kidnapping, and enslavement of Black people 400 years ago. The history of lynching is personal for me. My own family was subjected to the violence of lynching, living in the Jim Crow South. I speak today on behalf of them, not one, but multiple, and move to advance this legislation.
Ms. Bush, could you suspend for a moment? There's an echo. Okay, try again. Ms. Bush? Try again.
Is this better?
So far.
Okay. From slave catching to lynching to life without parole and the death penalty, the ugly violence of white supremacy lives on today. It's violence that has targeted and harmed Black folks in this country, and it must stop. 14 years old until was but a child. He should have been able to grow old. He was denied that opportunity because of a horrific display of white supremacy. At 14 years old, that baby boy was lynched. It's been 66 years and family has been denied accountability. Not guilty, and all white jury said. And this the week, the Justice Department closed investigation into his case, unable to bring charges. Let the people see we did to my boy. His mother demanded in 1955, hoping and pleading that this country would see her baby's worth. Our system of laws failed that Black family, and failure has been that many more little Black boys and girls, many more Black people have been the victims of supremacist violence in the country. Last year, we watched with horror, sadness, and pain as a 12-year-old young man, Ahmaud Arbery, was hunted down and lynched by vigilantes in Georgia. Let the people see what they did. If we didn't see, we might not have seen accountability for that lynching. I am for the leadership of my colleague Rush and Senator Booker, and I'm indebted to the work of this movement that got us here. Black agitators, justice seekers like Lee Wells and Me Till and Cooper Jones, who have risked files, demanded accountability and lost their children to a country rife with violence. We are taking an important step today by advancing this long overdue legislation, but our work is not done. Police violence is a lynching, and execution is a lynching. A life sentence without the possibility of parole is a lynching. Every day, hundreds, if not thousands of people die at the hands of violence. This violence, we must commit ourselves to dismantling it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? For what purposes does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Let's try the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to have a clarification about what's in the bill. I just heard the gentlelady from Missouri mention that a life sentence without the possibility for parole is a lynching. Is that how the bill defines a lynching?
No, that's not how the bill defines a lynching. Life sentence without possibility of parole is a possible penalty for a lynching that results in death.
But then by Ms. Bush's theory, one of the penalties for a lynching could be a lynching. Does that seem?
I don't understand you.
Me either. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I just heard the gentlelady say that a life sentence without the possibility for parole is a lynching. And if that's...
No. A life sentence without possibility of parole is not defined as a lynching in the bill. A life sentence without the possibility of parole is a possible sentence for a lynching that resulted in death. That's all it is.
That is helpful, because what you're saying is that in the bill, a lynching is not determined as that sentence in prison, but that it could be the penalty. What I guess I'm trying to reconcile is your description of the bill with Congresswoman Bush's remarks, because they both can't be true.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, please.
Mr. Gates, I think that our colleague was speaking metaphorically at that point.
Okay.
Yield back.
Yep, I appreciate that. That was a little confusing. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any further statements on the Gohmert amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Raskin.
Nope.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Liu. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Garcia.
No,
Ms. Garcia votes no.
sorry, that was Scanlon voting no.
Oh, Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Gomer.
Like my Democrat colleagues that supported the bill originally, I vote yes on the bill that I co-sponsored.
Mr. Gomer votes yes. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany.
Dave, how are you? Good to meet you.
Mr. Massey.
Thank you very much.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fischbach.
Yes.
Ms. Fischbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz.
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How was Mr. Stanton?
Mr. Stanton was not recorded.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no.
Ms. Garcia?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Garcia, you are not recorded.
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms.
Mr.
Garcia
Correa?
votes no.
Shabbat. How am I recorded?
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Correa votes no.
Mr.
Mr.
Correa
Shabbat?
votes no.
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Anybody else? Mr. Liu? Mr. Neguse? Mr. Tiffany?
Mr. Chairman, is this the vote on the amendment by Mr.
Yes.
Gomert?
Is on the Gohmert amendment.
I vote aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
How is Ms. Bush recorded?
Ms. Bush is not recorded.
Bush is a no.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Did Correa vote? Did Bush vote?
Yeah, she voted.
Hank Johnson? Hank Johnson? Hank Johnson? How was Mr. Johnson recorded? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia is recorded as no.
How was Mr. Liu recorded?
Mr. Liu is not recorded.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are recorded as no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 19 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 55 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5338, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments of 2021 for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5338 to amend the Radiation Exposure Compensation
Without
Act.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 5338, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments of 2021, continues this committee's important work to strengthen and update the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, or RECA. Created in 1990, this program compensates people harmed by atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons by the United States government and by uranium mining that was done to produce these weapons. Last month, the committee passed with strong bipartisan support Representative Greg Stanton's Bill H.R. 12, the Downwinders Parity Act of 2021. That legislation made eligible certain geographic areas that had previously and unjustifiably been excluded from the program. At the time, I noted that we would consider other proposals to reform the act at a later date, and that's what we're doing today. H.R. 5338 would extend the life of the RECA Trust Fund and substantially expand compensation eligibility for those harmed by the U.S. government's activities related to nuclear weapons development. Among the bill's major proposed changes to RECA are extension of the RECA Trust Fund, which funds compensation awards under RECA for 19 years after the date of enactment of this bill, expanded geographic eligibility to include those who live downwind of atmospheric nuclear tests in Colorado, Idaho, Montana, and New Mexico, expanded eligibility for certain uranium workers, and increased compensation amounts for successful downwinder claimants. To be eligible for compensation under RECA, a person must have been an on-site atomic test site participant, lived in certain covered downwind counties during a specified time period, or worked as a specified category of uranium worker within a certain time frame. In addition, a successful claimant must have contracted certain specified illnesses associated with radiation exposure. Starting in the 1940s with the development of the atom bomb during World War II, the U.S. government embarked on a decades-long program of nuclear weapons development. In the continental United States, atmospheric testing occurred primarily, but not exclusively, at the Nevada test site, where the federal government conducted 100 atmospheric tests during the 1950s and early 1960s. The United States also conducted hundreds of underwater and atmospheric atomic tests in various regions of the Pacific Ocean. Coinciding with this period was an increase in uranium mining. Thousands of U.S. uranium workers labored to produce the raw materials needed to fuel nuclear weapons development. During this period, the U.S. government was the sole purchaser of uranium ore, but in 1964, the federal government permitted private ownership of uranium ore. In this sense, the commercial uranium industry is directly traceable to the U.S. government's nuclear weapons development efforts. Many uranium mines were located on tribal lands, and many uranium mine workers were drawn from surrounding Native American communities. Although the U.S. government and the private mining companies it contracted with knew the dangers inherent in uranium mining, they did little to warn these Native American uranium workers or their communities about the dangers inherent in uranium mining. Many Native American communities and tribal lands still bear the scars of this injustice. The fact is that the federal government was aware of the potential hazards associated with atomic weapons testing, but failed to warn or adequately protect individuals and communities downwind from the test sites of the danger from radiation. Similarly, with respect to uranium mining, the federal government failed to warn or adequately protect uranium workers and their communities regarding the dangers posed by radon and radioactive particles. Underlying this history is the fact that the U.S. government was not only in the best position to potentially mitigate the harm its atomic weapons development caused, but it also had the moral responsibility to do so. In response and in acknowledgement of the federal government's responsibility, Congress passed RICO over 30 years ago and expanded its scope further in 2000. Yet many individuals affected by the U.S. government's atomic weapons development activities remain ineligible under the RICO program. For instance, downwinders in New Mexico, site of the nation's first atomic weapons tests, were excluded from RICO. Many of these individuals are arguably similarly situated to those currently eligible under RICO, yet they have been denied the chance for compensation. As a matter of basic justice, it is time to correct this inequality. I thank Representatives Teresa Leger Fernandez and Burgess Owens, the lead sponsors of this bill, as well as Senator Mike Crapo and Senator Ben Ray Lujan, the lead sponsors of the Senate Companion, for their leadership, and I urge all members to support this important bipartisan legislation. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 5338 is a legislation that in 1990 Congress passed called the RICO Act to provide restitution to individuals who got sick from exposure to radiation as a result of the atomic bomb testing between 1945 and 1963. The goal of Congress in 1990 was to provide compensation to people whose health ailments were caused by the U.S. government's activities. This intention can be seen in the one-time nature of the payments and in the specific geographic time and disease requirements for compensation. Congress last extended and expanded RICO in 2000. Around the same time, Congress commissioned a study to examine whether to expand RICO eligibility. In 2005, the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine completed this study and concluded that Congress should not simply expand eligibility in RICO based on geography alone. As the study explained, in most cases, it is unlikely that exposure to radiation from fallout was a substantial contributing cause to developing cancer. This bill, however, expands eligibility based on geography. It would add New Mexico, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, and Guam, and the remainder of Arizona, Nevada, and Utah to the program's coverage. This bill also more than doubles the compensation paid to certain existing claimants, likely costing taxpayers more than $2.8 billion. And that's before anyone in the newly covered areas receives any compensation for medical benefits. This bill also extends eligibility to individuals involved in post-1971 uranium mining activities, which were not conducted by the United States government. No one here disputes that if the federal government recklessly took actions that led to our citizens getting cancer, we should take care of them. They should be compensated. That's why Congress passed RICO in the first place in 1990 and why it was extended in 2000. But based on what we now know, and according to the 2005 National Academy of Sciences study, the science simply does not support the expansion of the program under this bill. I want to thank those members who've worked hard on this, but I think we should take a little more time, Mr. Chairman, and focus on what the study done in 2005 recommended. With that, I thank you and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I ask for unanimous consent to introduce into the record the statement of Representative Teresa Leger Fernandez, the lead Democratic sponsor of H.R. 5338, as well as letters of support from the Navajo Nation, veterans organizations, and numerous letters from individuals and organizations representing downwinder and uranium mining communities, including the Tularosa Basin Downwinders Consortium and the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors. And without objection, I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5338, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the
Without
following.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes two changes in the underlying bill. First, the amendment makes a number of drafting changes in Section 5 of the bill that are intended to make the operation of that section clearer. Second, the amendment makes the effective date the date of enactment. The rest of the bill remains unchanged, and I urge all members to support the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr.
Gentleman is
Chairman.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill to markup today. And thank you to Congresswoman Leger-Fernandez for introducing this important bill along with Congressman Owens to update the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act and to bring about a fair compensation system for those harmed by radiation from the United States nuclear testing. As we know, RECA established a compensation program for individuals who are suffering from health complications related to U.S. nuclear weapons testing. Due to radiation exposure from above-ground nuclear tests conducted between 1945 and 1992, it is estimated that tens of thousands of individuals have suffered from serious cancers and other serious or life-threatening diseases. And yet, too many of these Americans are excluded from the compensation they need and deserve. Currently, RECA's coverage only includes individuals who are exposed in parts of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, despite scientific evidence that many people in other states were also affected and harmed by this exposure. This legislation will fix that. Moreover, the benefits of RECA are set to expire in July 2022. We must take action to be sure that that does not happen. The benefits of this program must continue and be expanded to all those in need of and deserving compensation. The legislation would make several significant and common sense changes to RECA, including increasing payment amounts, expanding eligibility for compensation to cover those who are exposed in states and communities other than Arizona, Nevada, and Utah, expanding what radiation-caused diseases qualify for compensation, and extending this program for 19 years after the bill is enacted. We must address the historic injustices inflicted on those who worked or lived downwind of these dangerous testing sites. Again, I want to thank Congresswoman Leger-Fernandez for her leadership on this bill, and Congressman Owens, and for fighting for those communities that have been so tragically affected. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an article from National Geographic entitled, "U.S. Lawmakers Move Urgently to Recognize Survivors of the First Atomic Bomb Test."
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Owens seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for including the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act of 2021, which is RECA 2021, as part of the markup today. My thanks also to Representative Leger-Fernandez for her leadership on this issue. It's been a pleasure to work with so many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to address an issue that has impacted thousands of Utahns' lives. I ask for unanimous consent to place two items in the record. The first is a letter from Stuart Adams, a Republican and President of the Utah State Senate, Brad Wilson, a Republican and Speaker of the Utah State Legislature, and several of their Republican and Democrat colleagues that urges Utah's congressional delegation to support RECA 2021.
Without objection.
The second is an op-ed written by my friend, Representative Chris Stewart of Utah and me, which was published in the Deseret News earlier this year.
Without objection.
Between 1945 and 1992, the United States conducted 206 above-ground nuclear weapon tests, releasing harmful radiation dust into the air and literally blanketing parts of the United States, including Utah, with poisonous air. Quick numbers: for 47 years, Utahns experienced on an average of 4 above-ground explosions each year. No protection, no warning, living their lives admiring the beautiful sunsets, unbeknownst to them due to radiation clouds and dust. Why the term downwinders? Many of these tests took place in the Nevada test site near Las Vegas. These tests were scheduled and conducted when wind patterns blew radiation clouds away from Las Vegas in California, but toward Utah, downwind. where people and livestock were sickened from the fallout. The radiation exposure caused by the United States Atomic Weapon Development Program is still a hugely important issue in Utah. And there's thousands of so-called downwinders whose lives were lost or forever changed because of this exposure must never be forgotten. Several years ago, the J. Willard Marriott Library at the University of Utah created a Downwinders of Utah archive, where they compiled the histories of over 100 Utahns who were affected by the government's atomic and radiation testing. I'm sharing one of those histories today, but I invite you to visit the University of Utah's archive for a sobering look at these stories. Sarah Penny is one of the downwinders who was born in Cedar City, Utah in 1953. That same year, the Dirty Harry bomb was tested at a nearby Nevada test site. Listen to Sarah's description of growing up in Cedar City. For those who don't know that location, it's a small rural town about 4 hours south of Salt Lake City. We knew we could die any day from the 5th grade. Our pianist teacher's daughter, Sybil Johnson, died of leukemia. A steady stream of deaths followed. My grandfather, Paul Heffen, had been out herding cattle near Enterprise, Utah when Dirty Harry went off and he got leukemia. He died later. My aunt, Mary Nelson, died of breast cancer. My cousin, Jeff Haffen, had a bone marrow transplant from his brother Thane, but he later died. A high school classmate died early from brain tumor. My cousin got breast cancer, as have 2 other cousins' daughters recently. They have survived so far thanks to better treatment. My father got upper intestine cancer, which killed him, and my mother had continual health problems, including thyroid problems, which may have been caused by the fallout. Countless neighbors and friends have died from cancer. The end of Sarah's quote. We have a responsibility to Sarah and every other single downwinder and victim of radiation exposure, and to their families, to reauthorize and strengthen RCA. With the help of former Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, RCA was first passed in 1990. However, unless Congress takes action, RCA will expire July 2022. The fallout, literally and figuratively, from radiation exposure is complicated to say the least. And not every Utahn who was exposed to this radiation has yet manifested the devastating effects. I'm here to reiterate the promise I made to Utahns. I will not stop fighting for the victims of radiation exposure caused by the United States government, as long as I have a seat at the table and a voice in Congress. I want to ensure that we remember the most helpless victims and hope that we continue to work together in a bipartisan, fair, responsive manner to right the wrongs that destroy so many lives and families in Utah and other Western states. This is a problem created by the federal government and one that we must continue to work to solve. I hope you will agree that we can't walk away from our downwinders and will support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act of 2021 makes important improvements to the RCA program to benefit hardworking Americans who have suffered from cancers and other diseases related to fallouts from above-ground nuclear weapons tests. This bill is not perfect, but it marks a step in the right direction to compensate downwinders, those who were downwind of these nuclear tests or worked on these government projects. The RCA program has not been updated since 2000, despite new information coming to light regarding the diseases that radiation exposure can cause and the geographic distribution of the fallout. By aligning eligibility with the current science and research on this issue, Congress can ensure that the proper individuals are receiving compensation. For example, this legislation will ensure that the employees at Rocky Flats in my home state of Colorado will receive the benefits they need as they fight serious diseases. We have seen the Biden administration needlessly spend trillions of dollars this year paying people who can work to stay home and paying state governments to lock down their communities. Unfortunately, victims of radiation exposure are frequently fighting for their lives and do not have the opportunity to obtain meaningful employment. The RCA program compensation is necessary to support downwinders and owed because they are suffering through the fault of the U.S. government. Radiation exposure has destroyed lives across the western U.S., and Congress needs to meaningfully reform RCA to meet the current needs of downwinders. Mr. Chairman, I want to take this opportunity to mention the outstanding leadership of Burgess Owens, member from Utah, on this issue. Mr. Owens brought a group from Utah to my office and educated me, informed me, got me up to speed on this issue, and really an issue that I had not focused on, and it's such an important issue. And I really appreciate the chair bringing this to the committee today. I appreciate this markup, and will do what I can to make sure that this is as bipartisan as possible, and it moves forward in a way that recognizes the fault of the U.S. government and the devastation it has caused to so many. And Mr. Owens has been outstanding in really taking the lead and helping all of us understand this important piece of legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 5338 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably to the House.
Mr. Chair, Chair, request recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath.
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Shabbat.
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes yes. Mr. Issa.
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach.
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald.
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How am I
Ms. Bass?
recorded?
Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye.
Mr. Correa?
How's Correa recorded?
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Hello?
Apologies,
Hello?
could you, yes?
Ms. Garcia?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Garcia, you are not recorded.
Garcia votes yes.
Ms. Garcia votes yes.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
Mr. Raskin?
Raskin votes aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye.
Are we ready for that? Who's that?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How is Mr. Deutsch recorded?
Mr. Deutsch is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
Are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 ayes and 8 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is amended as ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5796, the Patents for Humanity Act of 2021, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5796 to amend Title 35 United States Code to
Without objection,
establish...
the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 5796, the Patents for Humanity Act of 2021, is bipartisan legislation to codify an awards program started by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office as a pilot program in 2012 and later made permanent by the office, designed to bring additional recognition to inventors and inventions that make a meaningful contribution to humanitarian causes. The office has defined humanitarian to mean helping impoverished populations, and it has specified 4 categories in particular to receive recognition: medicine, nutrition, sanitation, household energy, and living standards. Since 2012, the office has recognized numerous award recipients across a range of technologies and different kinds of inventors, companies, and nonprofits aimed at helping people at home in the U.S. and abroad, all in keeping with the program's aim to be technology neutral, business model neutral, and geography neutral. With the award comes public recognition and a small prize in the form of a certificate that can be used to accelerate certain examination proceedings at the USPTO. Earlier this year, thanks to the leadership of Representative McBath, the Patents for Humanity Program Improvement Act was signed into law. That legislation allows the award certificate to be transferable in the event that the award recipient would prefer to seek its free market value rather than accelerate a different patent application. I am pleased that we are building that important law with this bill today, making permanent a program that highlights how innovation and the patent system can improve the lives of those most in need. H.R. 5796 would codify this awards program while preserving the ability of the director to modify it through rulemaking going forward if needed. I applaud Representatives Jeffries and Sparks for spearheading this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I now recognize Mr. Johnson of Louisiana for the minority's opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can all agree that solving or preventing humanitarian problems is certainly a good thing. And this bill simply codifies an existing competition at USPTO that works to encourage private sector innovation and address humanitarian problems. I'm not particularly opposed to this bill, although I don't think it's necessary. What I am opposed to are the majority's priorities, which are failing the American people. Before we spend time on this bill that just codifies an existing program, we should be spending time addressing the humanitarian crisis that the Biden administration has created on our southern border. We should prioritize preventing a humanitarian crisis on our own streets, as mobs of criminals are terrorizing our citizens and their businesses. Why don't we spend time on the humanitarian needs of Americans who are finding it harder and harder to feed their children and pay their bills under the crushing inflation that's gripping our country? Or Americans, especially those on fixed incomes, who are worried that inflation is going to devastate their retirement savings. Or maybe, as we have asked the chairman, we can consider subpoenas to the National School Boards Association and the Biden administration to investigate why they are targeting and silencing concerned parents. Look, this bill's fine, but what the American people really need is leadership and solutions on the big issues. And we're not doing that here. The majority is showing today that they have no interest in providing that whatsoever. That's the size of it, and that's why we keep raising the alarms. We're going to spend every moment we can to draw the American people's attention to these crises that are the biggest priorities in the country, that are simply not being addressed. And the committee that has one of the longest histories and the broadest jurisdictions in the United States Congress. I think it's a shame, we all do. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5796, offered by Mr. Nadler of New York.
Without
Strike all.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute addresses several technical edits, including a change to a cross-reference. It makes no substantive changes to the bill. I urge all members to support the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 5796, which is the Patents for Humanity Act of 2021. As chairman of the Subcommittee on Courts, Intellectual Property, and the Internet, I'm familiar with how the patent system seeks to promote innovation in general. In exchange for disclosing one's invention to the public, the inventors receive exclusive rights to that invention for a limited period of time. The public benefits from the sharing of knowledge, which might otherwise be locked up as trade secrets, and the inventor has time to develop the invention into a marketable product and seek a return on the investment in research and development. What makes the Patents for Humanity Award unique and important, however, is that it is aimed at helping impoverished populations. In other words, the inventors and companies they may be associated with are seeking to address a humanitarian program where the normal award calculation I just laid out might not be the same. That makes these inventors especially deserving of special recognition. Certainly, some of the challenges that past winners have sought to address are worthy of special recognition. For example, in 2020, award recipients included a company that developed a cost-effective way to provide prescription eyeglasses to hundreds of people who might not otherwise have access to care, and a company pioneering a way to recover nutrients, energy, and water from wastewater. I applaud the USPTO for lifting up these inventors since beginning this awards program in 2012, and I applaud my colleagues, Representative Jeffries and Sparks, for seeing to it that this award becomes a permanent feature of the U.S. patent system. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Sparks seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Jeffries for leading this initiative and codifying this good patent for humanity program. I always very supportive of anything that can improve speed and agility of our federal government. We need to do more of it, but I also want to mention that this bill highlights an innovative spirit and generosity of the American people to promote well-being of the people, not just in our country, but all over the world. And I think that is a great initiative, and I hope my colleagues can support this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support, and to the chair of the subcommittee, Representative Chairman Johnson, and certainly to Congresswoman Victoria Sparks for her partnership on this legislation. I rise in support of H.R. 5796, the Patents for Humanity Act of 2021, a bipartisan bill to encourage and recognize patented technology that improves lives and promotes the public good. The founders of our country understood that society would benefit if we incentivize creativity and innovation. That's why Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the United States Constitution gives Congress the power to create a robust intellectual property system to promote, in the words of the framers, the progress of science and useful arts. In fact, we know that many of the founders of this country were themselves either artists or inventors. That's why, as House Judiciary Committee members, we've consistently worked together in a bipartisan fashion to carry out this constitutional mandate. I hope that we will do so again in considering the Patents for Humanity Act. This bill simply codifies an already existing annual competition run by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office that incentivizes the use of patented technologies for humanitarian purposes. The award for this competition is a certificate that accelerates select matters before the USPTO, along with providing public recognition during a ceremony held by this prestigious office. Winners are selected by a panel of judges who look for inventions that address either humanitarian needs amongst impoverished communities or that further research by others on humanitarian technologies. Applications are considered in categories including medicine, nutrition, sanitation, household energy, and living standards. The 2022 competition also included a category for COVID-19 related inventions. Since its implementation as a pilot program nearly a decade ago, winners have included corporations, nonprofits, startups, universities, and individual inventors from around the country. Winning submissions have included an all-terrain wheelchair, improvements to water purification systems and clean water storage, rechargeable lanterns for those without access to reliable energy sources, particularly in parts of rural America, a portable low-water kidney dialysis machine. We know that more than 100 million Americans are either diabetic or pre-diabetic, and an affordable and highly adjustable prosthetic limb system. These are innovations that have improved the lives of millions of Americans and are actually addressing humanitarian concerns in this great country. I would also like to note that this program is run without cost to the taxpayer, as USPTO is a fee-based agency. By codifying this program, HR 5796 recognizes its importance and strengthens it while providing the flexibility for the USPTO to continue to improve its implementation. We have favorably considered legislation in this committee related to this program before, and I thank again all of my colleagues for their support of this legislation, as well, of course, as our co-lead, Representative Victoria Spartz, for her partnership. The Patents for Humanity program shows how American innovation and creativity can change the world, consistent with the vision of our founders. I urge my colleagues to support this straightforward bipartisan legislation and vote yes on HR 5796, and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. And I thank my colleagues, Representative Jeffries and Representative Spartz, for supporting the Patents for Humanity Award Program by introducing the Patents for Humanity Act of 2021. The Patents for Humanity program is truly a wonderful program, which really strengthens incentives for innovators to use their talents to solve global humanitarian challenges. It recognizes inventors who develop creative solutions to global humanitarian problems, and innovations recognized in the past by the program have included better ways to diagnose and treat HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, and other diseases. Inventions to improve nutritional energy sources for those without a reliable electric grid, and methods to preserve clean drinking water and improve sanitation, as it was mentioned before. During my first term in Congress, I had the great honor of not only introducing the bipartisan and bicameral Patents for Humanity Program Improvement Act, but I also had the pleasure of the bill being signed into law. I am so glad that my colleagues, Representative Jeffries and Representative Sparks, are working to ensure that this program is once again supported and strengthened by moving to codify the program. I urge each of my colleagues today to vote yes on this important piece of legislation and to continue to ensure that the talents and the ingenuity of our nation continues to be recognized and celebrated. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 5796 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. Favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. This concludes our business for today. Thanks to all our members for attending. Without objection, the markup is adjourned.